that are involved in illicit trafficking of our resources. We also believe we should look at protocols on private military and security companies whose business activities trample human rights. The year 2023, just in a few months, will mark the 60th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which led to the adoption of the 1965 International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. We, of course, recognize with great gratitude the sterling role that the international community played, both in our struggle for human rights and self-determination, as well as for freedom and justice. We remain unequivocal in our support for the struggle of the people of Palestine and the people of Western Sahara. We as a country and people will not sit back and live under the illusion of freedom when the people of Palestine and Western Sahara are not free. We benefited from human solidarity. We know what can happen when the global community and the ordinary people of goodwill commit themselves to a just cause for freedom, for human dignity, for peace and reconciliation. As a community of nations, we should not tire to hold ourselves to higher standards and values that brought us together. Today, those same standards and values must continue to inspire us, and we must hold true to our commitment to human rights, human dignity, the self-determination, and respect for the rights of all. Mr. President, in 2013, the General Assembly declared the years 2015-2024 as the International Decade on People of African Descent. The proclamation and the subsequent adoption of its program of activities remain a step in the right direction in combating the scourge of racism and racial discrimination, especially against Africans and people of African descent who are still victims of persistent racism and racial discrimination, enslavement and denial of their rights. How we wish that as we worry about other countries and war, we would worry about the Sahel in a similar fashion, that Africa would matter as much as the rest of the world matters. We are encouraged that the international community has made strides in some of the action plan on the decade on people of African descent and has created a forum on people of African descent. We welcome the annual reports of the Secretary General on implementation of the program of action, but we continue to believe much more must be done. We also, Mr. President, believe that we should have greater funding for the Office of the High Commissioner, and that the dependence of this office on donor funding is most worrying indeed. We believe that the lack of funding for the human rights pillar of the United Nations family needs correction as a matter of urgency and priority. The Office of the High Commissioner needs the kind of resources that will enable it to continue its important work in the global quest to advance human rights and to contribute to addressing the global challenges of development, peace, and security. I would like to conclude by thanking the African Union for endorsing South Africa's campaign for Council membership for the period 2023 to 2025. We shall also look forward to the kind of support that our partners gave to our campaign to return to the Council and to become a full member of the UN family once we achieved our freedom. We are ready as South Africa to put our shoulder to the wheel and to work with all partners to address human rights for all in all corners of the world, and to strengthen the Human Rights Council to ensure that it is fit for purpose and that it serves all humanity. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Excellency. And I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Jean Asselborn, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Luxembourg. Please, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Vice-président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'histoire des XXe et XXIe siècles nous enseigne que les pires violations et abus des droits humains sont perpétrés pendant les conflits armés. L'agression injustifiable de la Russie contre l'Ukraine de ces derniers jours a été, à juste titre, condamnée comme un acte inhumain et illégal qui sera lourd de conséquences. En vertu de sa résolution fondatrice, tous les membres du Conseil des droits de l'homme sont appelés à observer les normes les plus strictes en matière de promotion et de défense des droits de l'homme. L'agression russe contre l'Ukraine est l'antithèse de ces normes. La guerre en Ukraine est, hélas, loin d'être le seul conflit armé qui menace le respect des droits humains à l'heure actuelle et qui met à l'épreuve nos capacités et aussi nos talents diplomatiques. Des millions de civils en Afghanistan font face à la famine, tandis que les talibans s'en prennent aux femmes, surtout courageuses, qui osent leur tenir tête. Le conflit en Éthiopie a vu la perpétration de crimes de guerre et crimes contre l'humanité avec d'innombrables victimes civiles. La guerre au Yémen fait plus de victimes civiles que jamais. Notre échec de renouveler le mandat du groupe d'éminents experts n'a nécessairement rien arrangé à cette situation. Au Myanmar, la junte militaire qui a déjà perpétré un génocide contre les Rohingyas et les nombreux crimes contre l'humanité contre d'autres populations civiles continue de se maintenir au pouvoir par la répression brutale de la contestation populaire. Au Proche-Orient, la solution à deux États risque d'être remplacée par une réalité à un État, fait de conflits perpétuels, d'occupation et de droits inégaux, oui, d'un risque latent d'apartheid. Les conflits armés se multiplient au moment même où l'humanité doit faire face aux fléaux globaux multiples qui sont la pandémie du Covid-19, la crise climatique ainsi que les injustices socio-économiques et les crises politiques qui peuvent en découler. Nous regrettons l'érosion de l'ordre international sous l'effet d'une régression démocratique et l'émergence de nouvelles formes d'autoritarisme. Il s'ensuit une polarisation contre-productive de plus en plus marquée des discussions au Conseil des droits de l'homme. Ce 1er janvier, le Luxembourg a entamé son premier mandat au sein de ce Conseil. Comme d'autres membres, nous avons présenté une liste d'engagements volontaires en conformité avec la résolution 60-251. Mon pays participera aux travaux de ce Conseil de bonne foi et s'engage à respecter pleinement les buts et les principes énoncés par la Charte des Nations Unies et la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Répétons-le, les droits humains sont universels, inaliénables, interdépendants et indivisibles. Nous coopérons avec les pays membres et observateurs du Conseil ainsi qu'avec le bureau de la haute commissaire, les procédures spéciales et la société civile dans la poursuite notamment des 4 priorités suivantes que nous nous sommes fixées. Premièrement, le soutien à l'état de droit, à l'espace civique et aux défenseurs des droits humains et la lutte contre l'impunité. Deuxièmement, le développement durable et l'action climatique fondée sur les droits humains. Troisièmement, l'égalité des genres et la lutte contre les discriminations. Et enfin, la protection et la promotion des droits des enfants. Mon pays se soumettra volontairement avec enthousiasme à son 4e examen périodique universel l'année prochaine, ainsi qu'au dialogue avec les organes conventionnels le mois prochain avec le Comité pour l'élimination de la discrimination raciale. Nous travaillerons à ce que le mandat de prévention de ce Conseil devienne opérationnel, ainsi que de la responsabilité de protéger les populations civiles et les crimes d'atrocité, en particulier le génocide, les crimes contre l'humanité et les crimes de guerre. En tant que coprésident du corps groupe de la résolution sur l'agenda 2030 et des droits humains, nous coopérons avec tous les groupes régionaux pour réaliser l'aspiration formulée par le secrétaire général dans notre programme commun, le fondement d'un nouveau contrat social ancré dans la réalisation des droits humains de tout un chacun. Cela inclut également à ce que les enfants et les jeunes puissent participer de manière efficace dans les débats et les initiatives qui les concernent. Les enfants et les jeunes font partie de la solution aux défis mondiaux auxquels nous faisons face, tels que le changement climatique. Mon pays continuera ainsi s'engager pour que la voix des enfants et des jeunes soit entendue au sein de ce Conseil. Nous lancerons un appel à la revitalisation du point 10 de l'ordre du jour de ce Conseil pour rendre plus efficace son mandat de renforcement des capacités des États pour servir leur population. Nous soutiendrons d'autres initiatives pratiques visant à compléter la boîte à outils normative, comme les principes Mendes relatifs à l'efficacité des entretiens dans le cadre des enquêtes et de la collecte d'informations, les efforts de comptage des victimes et des conflits, ou encore l'appel du rapporteur spécial sur les droits humains et l'extrême pauvreté à la mise en place d'un fonds mondial pour la protection sociale. Nous continuons à nous opposer à toute forme de représailles visant la société civile et à appuyer la pleine participation des ONG indépendantes aux travaux de ce Conseil, indispensables à son bon fonctionnement. Surtout, nous serons du côté de toutes celles et de tous ceux qui revendiquent leurs droits humains et libertés fondamentales partout dans le monde. Nous coopérons avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne et serons prêts à continuer nos efforts pour progresser là où notre propre dispositif de protection des droits humains s'avérerait encore insuffisant. Enfin, Monsieur le Vice-président, le respect des droits humains est une des plus nobles ambitions jamais exprimées par l'humanité. À un moment où la guerre montre à nouveau sa grimace effrayante, il est plus important que jamais de faire preuve de notre détermination de défendre notre maxime suprême que tous les êtres humains naissent libres et égaux en dignité et en droit. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Damares Alves, Minister for Women, Family and Human Rights of Brazil. Please, you have the floor.
Senhor Vice-Presidente, senhores e senhoras ministras, senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Passado 3 anos, desde que estive nessa tribuna pela primeira vez, é tempo de refletir as iniciativas promovidas pelo governo no cumprimento do mandato que lhe foi confiado por mais de 57 milhões de brasileiros. Em pouco mais de um ano, foram aplicadas cerca de 380 doses de vacina em nosso país, com priorização de grupos mais vulneráveis, como os povos indígenas. 85% deles já estão plenamente imunizados. O governo Bolsonaro sempre promoveu e defendeu a paz. Também defendemos a liberdade e a vida desde a concepção, como os direitos mais fundamentais do ser humano. Sempre defendeu a paz para todos os países e para todos os continentes. Lamentamos cada morte decorrente da pandemia do novo coronavírus. Nesse período, atuamos muito para proteger a população e mitigar os efeitos sociais e econômicos dessa crise. Disponibilizamos o auxílio emergencial, que beneficiou cerca de 68 milhões de brasileiros diretamente. O recém-aprovado Auxílio Brasil aumenta o benefício e amplia essa cobertura. Em outros eixos, Instituímos o Programa Nacional de Busca por Pessoas Desaparecidas, com a criação de Cadastro Nacional e Banco para Armazenamento de Material Genético. Analisamos mais de 11 mil requerimentos na Comissão de Anistias. Alguns deles estavam engavetados desde 2002. Nosso mecanismo de combate à tortura está em pleno funcionamento e temos defendido a expansão do sistema para atendimento também em âmbito estadual. Instituímos o Sistema Integrado de Direitos Humanos, que vai unir todas as instituições em âmbito federal, estadual e municipal, permitindo respostas mais rápidas e eficazes às violações de direitos humanos. Nosso foco é assegurar direitos humanos para todos. Retiramos pessoas da invisibilidade, fortalecemos sistemas e políticas de repressão contra agressores e redirecionamos a atuação de política de proteção às vítimas de violência. Para a região do semiárido do Nordeste brasileiro, garantimos o direito humano básico de acesso à água com a conclusão de obras da transposição do Rio São Francisco, paradas há mais de uma década, num investimento de aproximadamente 780 milhões de dólares. Estendemos nosso serviço de atendimento de denúncia de violações de direitos humanos para as comunidades isoladas, especialmente na região da Amazônia, onde barcos itinerantes hoje percorrem regiões ribeirinhas para levar cidadania e serviços públicos. A propósito da Amazônia, trabalhamos na proteção da floresta e, sobretudo, dos mais de 30 milhões de pessoas que vivem nela. O programa Abrace o Marajó, nosso modelo de desenvolvimento sustentável, a partir de uma perspectiva de direitos humanos, prevê investimentos da ordem de 930 milhões de dólares até 2023. São centenas de ações inovadoras nos eixos de desenvolvimento social, produtivo, institucional e de infraestrutura para os povos da Amazônia, com destaque para o programa de iluminação pública, que usa energia solar fotovoltaica. Investimos mais de 250 milhões de dólares na proteção da criança e do adolescente, com a equipagem de conselhos tutelares em quase 1.000 municípios, em programas de proteção para aqueles que foram ameaçados de morte, na forma e construção de novas unidades do sistema socioeducativo, na instituição de uma Escola Nacional de Capacitação para atores do Sistema de Garantia dos Direitos das Crianças e dos Adolescentes e no programa de atenção à primeira infância. Lançamos o Plano Nacional de Prevenção Primária do Risco Sexual Precoce e Gravidez de Adolescentes. Desde 2019, a gravidez precoce tem caído, em média, de 18% ao ano no Brasil. Compartilho com as nações uma grande vitória. O número de crianças e adolescentes mortos por agressão registrou uma queda de 40% em média nos últimos 3 anos. Vou repetir o número, uma queda de 40%. O governo federal investiu, só no ano de 2021, cerca de 46 bilhões de dólares em políticas voltadas para mulheres e meninas. Trabalhamos na prevenção, mas também na repressão das violações de direitos. Ao menos 30 mil agressores foram presos e centenas de milhares de medidas protetivas foram aplicadas em 2 grandes operações policiais no âmbito nacional, a partir dos dados extraídos da Ouvidoria Nacional dos Direitos Humanos. Lançamos recentemente um Plano Nacional da Erradicação do Feminicídio, com investimentos de aproximadamente 150 milhões de dólares em políticas para mulheres até 2023. No contexto da década do envelhecimento saudável, o Brasil lançou o Pacto Nacional de Implementação dos Direitos da Pessoa Idosa. Instituímos instrumentos que permitem a chamada prova de vida por meio digital, o que dispensa a apresentação presencial de idosos com dificuldade de locomoção para fins de continuidade do pagamento de benefícios sociais. Para garantir a proteção dessa população contra o coronavírus, repassamos cerca de 30 milhões de dólares diretamente a mais de 2.000 instituições de acolhimento em todo o país. Realizamos ainda 2 grandes operações policiais de proteção aos idosos, com o indiciamento de milhares de agressores em todo o país, a partir dos dados da Ouvidoria Nacional dos Direitos Humanos. Trabalhamos ainda na promoção da igualdade racial. Promulgamos a Convenção Interamericana contra o Racismo e promovemos a regularização fundiária de áreas quilombolas, com investimentos de aproximado 2 milhões de dólares. O presidente Bolsonaro está realizando o maior programa de regularização fundiária da história do Brasil. Mais de 300 mil títulos de propriedade de imóveis rurais já foram entregues em 3 anos. Para as pessoas com deficiência, concluímos recentemente um novo modelo da avaliação biopsicossocial. Em 2021, lançamos o Plano Nacional de Tecnologia Assistiva e regulamentamos o Tratado de Marrakech. Promovemos ações de empregabilidade e de empreendedorismo para jovens, migrantes, população LGBT, entre outros grupos vulneráveis. Fortalecemos ainda as ações de combate à violência contra a população LGBT. No plano internacional, o Brasil e outros 35 países assinaram a Declaração Consensual de Genebra sobre a promoção da saúde da mulher e do fortalecimento da família. Deixamos claro que não há no direito internacional dos direitos humanos qualquer respaldo a um suposto direito de valer-se do aborto como método de planejamento familiar. Depois de anos de mora dos governos anteriores, tenho o prazer de anunciar que apresentamos todos os relatórios do cumprimento dos tratados de direitos humanos de que somos parte. O governo brasileiro reitera, sim, o seu compromisso com os mais altos padrões de direitos humanos, com a defesa da democracia e com o pleno funcionamento do Estado de Direito. Reiteramos nosso desejo de que a paz impere em todos os países. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Excellency. Et maintenant, je donne la parole au ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France, Monsieur Jean-Yves Le Drian. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, les droits humains sont l'expression de notre commune humanité. Ils constituent aussi l'un des piliers de l'ordre multilatéral que nous avons construit pour tirer les leçons des tragédies du XXe siècle et prévenir leur retour. Les violer ne revient donc pas seulement à renier les engagements que nous avons pris ensemble. En nier la portée universelle ne relève pas seulement d'un relativisme qui fait le lit des pires dérives, c'est toujours en même temps menacer la stabilité internationale et notre capacité d'action collective. C'est pourquoi ce Conseil porte au fond une double responsabilité. En agissant pour faire respecter les droits fondamentaux des enfants, des femmes et des hommes du monde entier, nous travaillons très concrètement à contrer la très grave dynamique de brutalisation qui est aujourd'hui à l'œuvre dans la vie internationale, ce qui est essentiel pour notre avenir à tous. Je veux donc cette année encore vous le dire sans équivoque, ce Conseil peut compter sur l'engagement total de la France. Engagement à vos côtés face aux risques d'exaction et de régression qui naissent toujours des crises. Je pense bien sûr à l'attaque militaire massive que Vladimir Poutine a choisi de lancer contre l'Ukraine. Aujourd'hui, nous savons tous que la population ukrainienne est en grave danger et face à cela, nous devons faire preuve de la plus grande vigilance et de la plus grande fermeté. En outre, alors que la guerre a fait son retour en Europe par le choix prémédité de la Russie, nous aurons à assumer collectivement les conséquences humanitaires de cette situation. Nous devons le faire de manière solidaire, de manière responsable et de manière humaine. L'Union européenne et la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne joueront leur rôle à cet égard. Je pense à la crise que vit la population d'Afghanistan depuis le coup de force commis par les talibans en août dernier. La question du respect des droits humains, en particulier les droits des femmes et des filles est au cœur des exigences de la communauté internationale à l'égard du régime de fait qui s'est installé à Kaboul. Elle fait partie des préalables à toute normalisation de nos relations avec l'Afghanistan. Et chacun peut malheureusement constater que nous sommes aujourd'hui encore loin du compte. Je pense aussi au calvaire que subit toujours le peuple syrien après une décennie d'horreur. À une situation humanitaire proprement catastrophique s'ajoutent les bombardements qui se poursuivent à Idlib contre la population civile. Le scandale des crimes effroyables est pourtant toujours impuni, en particulier les attaques chimiques qui délibérément, froidement, méthodiquement ont pris pour cible les civils. Les détentions arbitraires qui restent monnaie courante, la terrible incertitude qui entoure le sort d'innombrables personnes disparues. Et si les réfugiés ne rentrent pas, c'est qu'ils savent que le régime ne fait aucun geste et que rien dans ses actes ne permet d'envisager un retour volontaire et digne. Je pense aussi à la sale guerre qui déchire le Yémen, au prix de violations du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme que subissent les Yéménites depuis 7 ans, et au prix d'une profonde déstabilisation de la région à travers les attaques indiscriminées conduites sur les territoires émiriens et saoudiens. Je pense à l'Éthiopie, où un engagement déterminé de toutes les parties est nécessaire pour mettre fin à l'emploi révoltant de violences sexuelles comme arme de guerre et pour lutter contre les discours de haine. Je pense également au coup d'État inacceptable commis l'an dernier en Birmanie, où la junte a annihilé les espoirs exprimés lors d'élections libres et crédibles et a muselé l'opposition. Je pense enfin au coup d'État, aux tentatives de coup d'État en Afrique de l'Ouest qui nous préoccupent tous. Au Mali, nous souhaitons que la haute commissaire aux droits de l'homme suive avec attention la situation des civils qui sont aujourd'hui exposés à une triple menace, la menace des groupes armés terroristes, la menace que représente pour tous les Maliens la dérive dictatoriale de la junte et la menace constituée par la société militaire privée Wagner que la junte a fait venir sur le sol malien et dont nous ne connaissons que trop les exactions et les violations des droits de l'homme sur d'autres théâtres. Ce Conseil peut aussi compter sur l'engagement de la France pour mettre les exigences des droits humains au centre des réponses collectives que nous devons apporter aux immenses défis du XXIe siècle. Les défis écologiques, du dérèglement climatique et de l'érosion de la diversité, face auxquels ce Conseil a su accorder une reconnaissance politique au droit à un environnement sain, et notre action dans ce domaine doit se poursuivre. Le défi de l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes, qu'il s'agisse d'éducation, de santé, de travail, nous devons maintenant mettre en œuvre les projets actés lors du Forum Génération Égalité de l'été dernier. Les multiples défis de la sphère numérique et informationnelle qui appellent de nouvelles régulations, de nouvelles coopérations au service de nos libertés individuelles, de la liberté de la presse et de la liberté d'expression. Et enfin, les défis sociaux et humains de la mondialisation. Nous devons faire aboutir les travaux lancés ici même en 2014 pour mettre au point un instrument international juridiquement contraignant en matière de devoir de vigilance, comme l'a fait la France au niveau national et comme nous travaillons à le faire au niveau européen avec nos partenaires des 27 et les institutions européennes. Enfin, soyez certains de notre engagement pour travailler avec vous à briser la chape de secret et de déni dont s'entourent partout les plus graves violations des droits humains, les pratiques arbitraires et les remises en cause de l'état de droit. Avec vous, nous demandons donc de nouveau l'accès en toute indépendance et sans entrave de la haute commissaire aux droits de l'homme à la région autonome ouïghour du Xinjiang, ainsi que la publication d'un rapport crédible et indépendant sur la situation des Ouïghours et des autres minorités ethniques de la région. Avec vous, nous voulons que toute la lumière soit faite sur les atteintes à l'espace civique qui se multiplient à travers le monde, contre l'acharnement judiciaire arbitraire des autorités russes à l'encontre d'Alexeï Navalny, dont nous appelons à la libération immédiate, ou leur décision très préoccupante de dissoudre l'ONG Mémorial, ou comme les persécutions politiques commises par le régime d'Alexandre Loukachenko.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Development Cooperation of Iceland. Excellency, you have the floor.
President, High Commissioner, Excellencies. It is my honor to address the Human Rights Council for the very first time. As we meet today, a serious military conflict is ongoing in Europe. In an unprovoked and brutal attack, Russia, a member of this esteemed body and a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has invaded the sovereign country of Ukraine with all the destruction and human suffering a war entails. This horrific war, the manifestation of a twisted worldview, is being fueled by the most sinister and low-based rhetoric. In fact, the blatant lies that have been promulgated as justifications for these ongoing crimes are intended to appeal to the worst aspects of public discourse. What I speak of are xenophobia, discrimination, violent nationalism, and authoritarianism. Fear of the other, contempt for those who are, by choice or by nature, different and unique. This war is explicitly waged in order to turn back the clock, to stop the advance of tolerance, understanding, peace, to take back the individual liberties and rights that the civilized world has adopted as its hallmark since the dark days of totalitarianism in Europe. Autocratic Belarus, a regime that has shown utter disregard for human rights and liberties of its own people, has been enlisted as an enabler of this war. And let's be mindful that this war is not only against the people of Ukraine. It is part of an ongoing effort to show discontent and suspicion against the values of democracy, freedom, and human rights all over the world. This ideological battle is ongoing even in countries where those values have been firmly established for decades or even centuries. And let us not forget, this war is also waged against the hopes and dreams of the people of Russia, who also suffer greatly and live in fear of what may come next. My thoughts are with them also. Iceland strongly supports Ukraine's call for an urgent debate and welcomes its approval this morning. Mr. President, we have a sacred duty to promote and protect high ideals. These high ideals cannot and never be taken for granted. I would like to use this opportunity to highlight 3 key points. First of all, we need to be much more forceful in fighting the growing global pushback against human rights and democratic values. There is an increased repression of religious and ethnic minorities, growing racism, and violent nationalism. Autocratic pressures and voices are on the rise, seeking to intensify political polarization and infringe on fundamental human rights. These trends have been aggravated by the global pandemic, during which many of the basic rights we may have thought to be secured and guaranteed have been curtailed and even undermined. Regrettably, too many governments have used the pandemic as an excuse to repress media, silence critics, and stifle open debate. This has been done on a scale ranging from authoritarian regime consolidating their power to a less obvious slide back in fundamental rights and freedom, weakening the pillars of democratic societies. I believe there is a reason to believe that a frank and honest assessment must be made about how easily fundamental rights were curtailed during the pandemic. This happened with limited public debate, even in societies where respect for those rights were thought to be solidly entrenched in culture and the national identity. And this worries me. The pandemic has been a crisis of the day. Other crises will follow. How well we will defend human rights when the next pandemic comes, or another type of crisis that induces panic in the population. Second, we must fight for an international order that is based on multilateralism and rule of law. The international rules-based order forms the basis for states' commitments to protect and respect the rights of their citizens, and provides a platform for states to work together for peace, progress, and prosperity. The current Ukraine crisis threatens the rules-based international order with ramifications that go well beyond Europe. Already innocent civilians are suffering and lives are being lost. Every effort must be made to minimize human suffering. We must also ensure that crimes being committed against the Ukrainian people be recorded and those responsible be held responsible. This makes it even more urgent that we stand up for the fundamental principles of the rules-based international order, that we promote multilateralism and the rule of law and democracy. Therefore, Iceland has decided to run for a seat on the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 2027. If elected, we will be absolutely resolute in our support for the Council's mandate and will not shy away from calling on all and any of the members of this Council to live up their human rights obligations and commitments. And to my third and final point, as long as women and girls don't enjoy the same human rights as men and boys, the world stands to lose. We must continue advocating for the full and equal enjoyment of human rights for women and girls, including women's equal participation in political, economic and social life, and not least sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. Iceland is also determined to continue to push for the protection of the human rights of LGBTQI persons. Our position is crystal clear. Human rights are universal and apply to all, whatever their sexual orientation is, gender identity, or expression. Mr. President, times like these highlight the critical importance of this Council. We need to hold each other to account, learn from each other, listen, change course accordingly, all with a common objective of promoting and protecting universal human rights for all. I wish you all peace and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nikos Dendias, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, while global challenges and tensions are on the rise, we are unfortunately backtracking for multilateralism and global solutions. Unilateral actions affect not only countries, but first and foremost people. One cannot but refer today to the most severe challenge the European continent is facing in Ukraine. The military attacks clearly violate fundamental principles of international law and the United Nations Charter, mainly the principle of refraining from a threat or use of force. a principle which is blatantly and shamelessly disregarded from specific countries for some time now. What is happening now has plunged Europe into an era where such actions have no place. International humanitarian law is seriously challenged. Attacks against all civilians in Ukraine must stop immediately. I would like to refer particularly to the brutal attack against civilians in Sartana and Bugas, towns near Mariupol, resulting to the death of 10 members of the Greek community. It has also left many injured, including children. Against this background, we stand ready to contribute to all efforts for de-escalation within regional and international fora, with the main aim to protect the civilian population and prevent a humanitarian disaster. A huge migration flow is now being created, mainly towards European Union countries. We have to take action to protect their rights. Mr. President, when we talk about people, we should concentrate on the human rights and fundamental freedoms, which the United Nations and this particular forum have a mandate to protect and promote. As mentioned already, thousands of people are losing their lives in conflict-afflicted areas every day, not to mention the millions of deaths worldwide from COVID-19. However, the hope is alive, thanks to our joint effort. Our society's coordinated response to the pandemic reveals how far humanity can accomplish to safeguard human life. It has demonstrated that the welfare of every human being and the protection of the right to life is the heart of social conscience. Therefore, we owe it to next generations to further upgrade, promote, and rigorously protect the right to life for all. The Human Rights Council can play a pivotal role in turning these values into a coherent policy implemented in real life. Greece is ready to contribute towards achieving this end in the coming years. Greece has built peaceful coexistence and cooperation on the basis of protecting and promoting human rights and freedoms. This was evidenced by the outcome of Greece's third Universal Periodic Review held last November. Combating discrimination, alleviating social inequalities and biases are a must in our policy. Greece has also done its utmost through deeds and not words to promote the human rights of refugees and asylum seekers, with an impressive record in saving lives internationally acknowledged. This despite the unfavorable environment of intended misleading information as well as ill-founded allegations. Mr. President, another tangible proof for our commitment to human rights is our efforts to promote them within regional and international fora. In this respect, Greece has actively contributed either as a penholder or as a member of a core group of countries in the resolutions on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, return or restitution of cultural property to the countries of origin, sports and the Olympic ideal, the right to work, cultural rights and the protection of cultural heritage. Greece, as has consistently done, will continue engaging with all partners on protecting and promoting human rights. We do all share, after all, one indisputable universal base: the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Nanaia Mahuta, Minister for Foreign Affairs of New Zealand. Excellency, you have the floor.
Whakarongoa ki au ki te tangi a te manu, tui a. Tui a I runga, tui a I raro, tui a I roto, tui a I waho. Tui a I te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tui a I te here I tākia mai I Hawaii ki tangata, Hawaii ki tautau, o tira te hono a wairua, ka puta ki te whaiao, ki te ao mārama, ti hei mauri ora. Mr. President, Secretary General, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, civil society organisations and friends. Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation, and we condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is a clear act of aggression, a blatant breach of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a violation of international law and the UN Charter by a permanent member of the Security Council. There is no victor in unjustified and unprovoked aggression. We must be clear. The Russian government has repeatedly ignored opportunities for diplomacy, negotiation and de-escalation, and has instead chosen aggression. We are witnessing the blatant act of a bully, brutally using its unbridled power to achieve goals at odds with international law. Sadly, women and children are already the innocent victims of this illegal aggression. This cannot be tolerated. Russia's actions will have far-reaching and serious humanitarian, security and economic implications for Ukraine, Russia, Europe and the rest of the world. Our thoughts today are with the people in Ukraine impacted by this conflict, and also with those Ukrainians around the world who feel helpless to protect their whānau, their relatives at this time. Aotearoa New Zealand repeats our call for Russia to act consistently with its international obligations, cease military operations in Ukraine, permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life, take all possible steps to protect civilians in line with international humanitarian law, and to return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. We must not let diplomacy fail. We must persevere in the pursuit of an outcome that prevents further suffering. War, Mr. President, must stop. Let me now turn to other international crises that are of deep concern to Aotearoa New Zealand. Armed conflicts in Ethiopia, Syria and Yemen continue to cause egregious human rights abuses and humanitarian crisis. Democratic rights such as freedom of expression and media freedoms are being eroded. The military coups in Myanmar and Sudan and lack of free and fair elections in Nicaragua are a stark example of this. The hard-won rights of women and girls have tragically gone backwards over the past year, most notably in Afghanistan. They do not deserve to be forced to abandon the prospect of better education, open and transparent democracy, improved civil and political rights, improved health and livelihoods. We are seriously concerned about the growing number of credible reports of systemic violations of the human rights of minority groups, including the Rohingya and the Uyghur. We must continue to shine a light on situations where such violations are taking place. We reiterate our call on China to grant meaningful and unfettered access to Xinjiang for UN experts and other independent observers. We also urge the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to table its findings as a critical step towards determining the extent of violations against the Uyghur. Mr. President, human rights embody universal values, but these values are at risk if we do not accept our collective responsibility to protect and uphold the dignity of all people, individually and collectively, irrespective of the context or situation in which they live. Mō te iti me te rahi, for the greater benefit of the most vulnerable and the most diverse. We are concerned that the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis are exasperating existing inequalities and undermining the basic human rights of millions, particularly in our Indo-Pacific region. It is in this challenging international context that we must remember what can be achieved when we work together in partnership. But that expression is about actions, not words. Mahi a te mahi hei painga mō te iwi. By our actions, our good deeds will be felt by the people, and that's what matters most. The Council must be a forum for all states to engage openly on human rights, to share experiences and progress, and to hold each other to account. The Council is also an opportunity to explore how we can apply more fully and with greater regard the full suite of tools that enable innovative solutions to address human rights. We increasingly confront more challenging contexts, and we must not reside on the fringes of a polarising set of circumstances where there's no bridge, no hope of diplomacy or dialogue to address human rights abuse. Colleagues, we must exhaust every effort for diplomacy and dialogue. The system is also most effective when civil society actively engages and when those groups whose rights are marginalised are given a voice. The social fabric of a fair and decent society is evidenced by the way in which we uphold and defend universal human rights. It is important, this session of the Council, and we're proud to co-lead with Mexico a resolution on the rights of people
Haut commissaire, Excellences, notre réunion du Conseil des droits de l'homme a quelque chose de terriblement ironique. Au moment de leur création, ce Conseil et le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme marquaient un nouveau jalon dans nos efforts communs pour faire progresser les droits de la personne, l'égalité des genres, le droit des Autochtones, le droit des personnes handicapées, de la communauté LGBTQ2 et de tous ceux et celles qui cherchent à affirmer et à protéger la dignité humaine. Il s'agit là d'une longue quête dont l'origine remonte au début de la civilisation humaine et, dans l'histoire récente, elle a été marquée par les grands revers que nous avons subis dans les terribles guerres qui ont mis à mal tant de gens. Madam President, the terrible irony is that we meet at such a terrible moment. The capital of a sovereign and equal member state, Ukraine, is under direct threat. Explosions are being felt as many seek refuge in underground subway stations. The images flashing across our collective screens of Ukraine are heartbreaking. This war is killing innocent people, forcing Ukrainian people to flee their homes and their country. This invasion and war are the choice of one country, the Russian Federation, its government and its leadership, and in particular, the decision of the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, the largest threat to global peace in 7 decades, is a cold, calculated, and carefully planned series of events by the Kremlin. Over the past several months, we have said that Russia was positioning troops and equipment to invade Ukraine. Russia said it was not, that there was nothing to worry about. Russia lied. We said that Russian military buildups along the border were continuing to grow. Russia said exercises were complete and it was withdrawing troops. This was another lie. Russia told us their military exercises in Belarus would end on the 20th of February. Last week, Belarus served as a launchpad for Russian forces as they invaded Ukraine. Both Belarus and the Russian Federation lied. Madame la vice-présidente, la Russie est la seule responsable de cette crise. Elle a choisi de recourir aux mensonges et à la violence et de fabriquer de toutes pièces une crise pour tenter d'anéantir l'état de droit et de violer les droits de la personne. Worse, they're trying to justify their war by spreading a false rhetoric and attempting to manipulate the principles of human rights to support their illegal and illegitimate violence. This is the false narrative that Russia is trying to spread, both here in this council and around the world. Allow me to convey directly to the representative from the Russian Federation. Human rights are universal and can't be manipulated to justify war and crime. Russian-speaking Ukrainians and Ukrainian-speaking peoples are the first and foremost global citizens and entitled to the same fundamental right to live peacefully under international law. This is what this council stands for. This is what Canada stands for. The Russian regime is challenging the international system of peace and law and the very charter that we have been building since the end of the Second World War. Russia has tried to make a mockery of our international system to force a reversion to a might-make-right world. And we will not allow this to happen. Madame la Présidente, rappelons-nous quelques-unes des choses extraordinaires que nous avons faites ensemble. Nous avons signé des traités, convenu de déclarations, ratifié des pactes et bâti des institutions. Nous avons laborieusement construit un système multilatéral qui repose sur deux principes clés. Le premier, tous les États sont égaux et souverains. Et le deuxième, les droits fondamentaux sont universels et essentiels pour la dignité humaine. Ce qui cimente tout cela est le principe selon lequel les règles sont indispensables, car elles empêchent les abus de pouvoir et la corruption. Cette menace à l'ordre international fondée sur des règles, cette menace à la sécurité et aux droits fondamentaux de tous les Ukrainiens, voire de tous les peuples du monde, n'est plus théorique. L'invasion illégale et injustifiée de l'Ukraine par la Russie est une grave violation de la Charte de l'ONU qui interdit la menace ou l'utilisation de la force contre l'intégrité territoriale ou l'indépendance politique d'un État. Cette interdiction est une des bases du droit international que tous les États doivent respecter et c'est le fondement de notre façon de vivre en commun sur cette planète. Cette invasion met en danger des millions d'innocents. Leurs droits fondamentaux à la vie, à la liberté et à la sécurité ont été violés. Canada stands by Ukraine and Ukrainians as they fight for their freedom and for their right to choose their own future. We have also seen widespread reports of Russian citizens themselves gathering in the squares and streets across the country to denounce this illegal and illegitimate invasion. They have been met with violence and unjust arrest. We call on Russia to respect the human rights not only of Ukrainians, but also of its own citizens, who by thousands have taken the streets in protest of this unjust war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine makes the work of protecting human rights even more urgent. The protection of civilian lives must be the highest priority for this international community. We continue to call on Russia to cease its attack immediately. No more lives should be lost. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. The democratic will of the Ukrainian people must be upheld, and their human rights must be truly protected. Today, as millions of Ukrainians suffer the indignity of war, we too face our own responsibility to speak up and to act, to demand in the name of humanity that Putin's Russia end this madness. The world is watching, and future generations will remember how we confronted this moment. Let it be said, that we overcame narrow interests to speak in one voice against tyranny and aggression in favor of peace and freedom. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Cesar Arroyo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, señora Alta Comisionada de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, señor Presidente de la Confederación Suiza, Excelencias. Como Canciller del Perú y jurista, es para mí un alto honor participar en el segmento de alto nivel del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas, a fin de reafirmar el inequívoco compromiso del Perú con el respeto, la promoción y la defensa de los derechos humanos, con una visión ética de las relaciones internacionales. En consecuencia, con esta histórica postura, al iniciar mi intervención ante este Consejo, me es ineludible proferir la posición del Perú frente a los alarmantes sucesos en curso en Ucrania, que han sido el foco de la atención y de preocupación de toda la comunidad internacional en los últimos días. Reafirmo tajantemente que el Perú condena la ofensiva militar en curso en Ucrania. Estos graves hechos violentan el derecho internacional y violan su integridad territorial y soberanía nacional. Exhortamos a que se establezca de manera urgente un cese del fuego y de todas las hostilidades, así como el inicio inmediato de consultas y negociaciones para una solución diplomática pacífica y negociada. Cada día de dilación agrava la situación para la población civil y expresamos nuestra preocupación por el deterioro de la situación humanitaria. Hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional para activar los mecanismos necesarios que garanticen el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria para proteger a los más afectados y a aquellos que se encuentren en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad. Recordamos a todos que mediante su resolución 60/251, la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas decidió que los miembros elegidos al Consejo de Derechos Humanos deberán aplicar las normas más estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos y cooperar plenamente con este Consejo. Ante esta crisis, el Perú así lo demanda. Hacemos eco del llamado de la alta comisionada Michelle Bachelet para instar al pleno respeto del derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y recordar que en la conducción de hostilidades deben respetarse plenamente los principios de distinción, proporcionalidad y precaución, en particular adoptando todas las medidas necesarias para proteger a la población civil y los bienes de carácter civil de los efectos de las hostilidades. Esta posición refleja el compromiso pétreo del Perú con la defensa del multilateralismo. Apoyamos con convicción los ideales genuinos que inspiraron su fundación, el mantenimiento de la paz y el reconocimiento de la importancia de la cooperación y el diálogo para desarrollar respuestas globales a las amenazas que enfrentamos. Hoy, los estragos de la pandemia y la crisis climática, la incertidumbre económica y amenazas a la paz y seguridad internacionales nos han alertado sobre las limitaciones de la solidaridad y de la cooperación internacional. Ante este escenario, el Perú siempre optará por el fortalecimiento del sistema multilateral construido sobre la base del entendimiento, el diálogo, la cooperación y la construcción de normas que gocen del respaldo de todos. El Perú está convencido de la necesidad de construir democracias efectivas que generen acciones concretas que mejoren la calidad de vida de las personas y que atiendan de manera eficiente los desafíos que enfrentan. Por ello estamos comprometidos con fortalecer el Estado de Derecho y la gobernabilidad democrática desde un enfoque de derechos humanos a fin de proteger las libertades fundamentales, así como garantizar el acceso a una vida digna. Reconocemos que este Consejo es el principal espacio de cooperación y diálogo en materia de derechos humanos del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Desde su fundación, el Perú ha tenido un compromiso sostenido con su construcción y fortalecimiento institucional, en apoyo de su cada día más apremiante responsabilidad de promover el respeto universal por la protección de todos los derechos humanos y libertades fundamentales de todas las personas, sin distinción de ningún tipo. En consecuencia, con esta invariable postura, el Perú aspira a volver a ser miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos para el periodo 2024-2026. Así continuaremos colaborando con transparencia y compromiso con el Sistema Internacional de Protección y Promoción de los Derechos Humanos, así como con el sistema regional. En el plano interno, nuestra historia indeclinable posición respecto de los derechos humanos constituye una política de Estado que cimenta de manera transversal el accionar de nuestro gobierno, se encuentra en el centro de todos los esfuerzos que emprendemos por mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestros ciudadanos, de reducir las desigualdades, de luchar contra la discriminación de cualquier tipo, de proteger nuestro medio ambiente, de atender los detonantes de la conflictividad social y de desarrollar una sociedad plural, democrática y pacífica con igualdad de género. Como tantos otros países, el Perú ha afrontado los trágicos y devastadores impactos de una pandemia sin precedentes. Sus efectos en nuestras sociedades han sido alarmantes en los planos sanitario, social y económico. Las personas en situaciones de vulnerabilidad, que históricamente han sido excluidas y marginadas, han sido las más afectadas, profundizando las desigualdades que aquejan a nuestras sociedades. El gobierno peruano ha sido firme en su respuesta. Hemos emprendido acciones efectivas para detener los contagios, implementar un enfoque de recuperación de los pacientes y gestionando una estrategia de vacunación universal con enfoque territorial. Hemos asignado recursos para la ejecución de una intensa campaña de vacunación que ha permitido vacunar con 2 dosis a más del 80% de la población adulta a diciembre del 2021 y con dosis de refuerzo a más del 50% de la población vulnerable a enero del 2022. Asimismo, hemos iniciado la campaña de vacunación para niñas y niños de 5 a 11 años de edad. También trabajamos por una reactivación económica sostenible e inclusiva que prioriza a los más pobres y vulnerables. La estabilidad macroeconómica, un compromiso con la inversión pública y un sostenido crecimiento económico es el motor para la implementación de políticas sociales para atender las necesidades en salud, educación, así como la generación de empleo que contribuyan a nuestros esfuerzos hacia la consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible de la Agenda 2030. Impulso en ese cometido nos da la invitación que ha sido extendida al Perú para ingresar a la Organización para la Cooperación y el Desarrollo Económico, en reconocimiento de nuestro compromiso con impulsar el desarrollo económico sostenible y valores compartidos como la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y la defensa de los derechos humanos. Nuestra prioridad siempre será garantizar los derechos básicos de los pobladores y constituir una sociedad en la que no exista ciudadanos de segunda clase, por etnia, género, orientación sexual, idioma o edad, entre otros. Por el importante papel que pueda tener en apoyo de lograr las metas que nos proponemos, el Perú respalda la labor desplegada por la Alta Comisionada de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, señora Michelle Bachelet, en la promoción y protección del disfrute efectivo de todos los derechos civiles, culturales, económicos, políticos y sociales de todos. Recalco el significativo papel que ha jugado la oficina, especialmente durante los peores y más difíciles momentos de la pandemia, para brindar asistencia técnica y cooperación para apoyar a nuestros países en el cumplimiento de nuestras obligaciones internacionales en materia de derechos humanos. En reconocimiento de ello, procuramos próximamente reforzar nuestros lazos de cooperación y asistencia técnica con la oficina de la Alta Comisionada, con la finalidad de acrecentar la centralidad de un enfoque de derechos humanos en nuestras políticas públicas. Así, impulsaremos la necesaria transformación social que garantice para cada peruano y peruana sus derechos a la educación, a la salud, el empleo decente, al salario digno, a la seguridad social, a la vivienda y permita la realización de una vida individual, colectiva, económica, cultural y en sintonía con el medio ambiente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. And I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdelatif Wabi, Minister of Justice of Morocco. Excellency, you have the floor.
السيد رئيس مجلس حقوق الإنسان، السيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي بداية باسم وفد المملكة المغربية أن أهنئ السيد فيدريكو فيلغاس وبلده الأرجنتين على تولي رئاسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان، وإنني على ثقة بأن التجربة التي راكمها ستساهم لا محالة في تعزيز عمل هذا المجلس الموقر. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة لأعرب عن فائق تقديرنا إلى السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والسيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان على الجهود التي يبذلانها لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان، ولا سيما وأن جسامة التحديات التي تواجه حقوق الإنسان في الظرفية الراهنة تتطلب من الجميع مضاعفة العمل لتمكين المجلس من أداء مهامه والانخراط في الجهود الدولية للتخفيف من الآثار السلبية لانتشار فيروس كورونا وتداعياته على التمتع بحقوق الإنسان. سيدة الرئيسة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن المملكة المغربية تتابع بقلق تطورات الوضع بين فيدرالية روسيا وأوكرانيا، وتجدد دعمها للوحدة الترابية الوطنية لجميع الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة. كما تؤكد المملكة تشبثها بمبدأ عدم اللجوء إلى القوة لتسوية النزاعات بين الدول، باعتبارها إحدى أسس الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين. وتشجع المملكة المغربية جميع المبادرات والإجراءات التي تسهم في تعزيز التسوية السلمية للنزاعات. سيد الرئيس، سيدة الرئيسة، إن جائحة كوفيد-19 أعادت للنقاش قضايا حقوقية كبيرة تهم أولا الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية التي ظلت شعارا يتعين التعامل معه في ظل ظروف الوباء بكثير من الجدية والمصداقية. فشعوب دول الجنوب عانت كثيرا ليس فقط من الوباء ولكن من عدم القدرة على مواجهته، فأصبحت أمام انتهاك صريح وصارخ لمبدأ الحق في الصحة. وهذا ما أكد أن مبدأ التضامن الذي كان إحدى الأسس الجوهرية لثقافة حقوق الإنسان أصبح يفرض نفسه من جديد كمبدأ أساسي لمواجهة هذه الإخفاقات وتهديد الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية أمام تنامي هيمنة ثقافة السوق والمصالح. لذلك ندعو إلى المزيد من تكاتف الجهود وتنمية التعاون والتضامن الدولي، ولا سيما من خلال تعميم اللقاحات وضمان الوجوه إليها بشكل عادل ومنصف، وخاصة لدول الجنوب. وفي هذا السياق وبإشراف وتوجيه من جلالة الملك محمد السادس، تبنت المملكة المغربية مقاربة شمولية لمواجهة تبعات هذا الوباء على جميع الأصعدة، خاصة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، ترتكز على صيانة الحقوق وحفظها وتكثيف الجهود من أجل حماية الحق في الحياة والصحة، باعتبار موقعهما في هرم الحقوق، حيث عملت على تأمين التلقيح ضد الفيروس بشكل مجاني لفائدة جميع المغاربة والأجانب المقيمين بالمغرب، علاوة على إطلاق مشروع وطني طموح لتصنيع وتعبئة اللقاح المضاد لكوفيد-19 ولقاحات أخرى، بما يمكن من تأمين السيادة اللقاحية للمملكة ولمجموع القارة الإفريقية. بل إن المغرب وفي إطار التضامن الإفريقي مكن بعض شعوب دول القارة الإفريقية بجرعات من التلقيح ضد الوباء وبالمجان. سيد الرئيس، إن البعد الحقوقي لمسارنا الديمقراطي جعل المملكة المغربية تلتزم بشكل واضح بحق الاختيار السياسي وضمان دورية الانتخابات. ورغم الظروف الوبائية نظمت المملكة في شهر شتنبر 2021 انتخابات برلمانية وجهوية وجماعية، وكان للمرأة المغربية دورا محوريا فيها، وشكلت حضورا كبيرا سواء من خلال مشاركتها في الانتخابات أو من خلال نتائجها. وأفرزت هذه الاستحقاقات تشكيلة حكومة جديدة ربما تختلف في رؤيتها عن الحكومة السابقة، لكن في ظل دستور متوافق عليه وديمقراطية منفتحة على جميع الأحزاب السياسية تحت مراقبة القوى المدنية والحقوقية والوطنية الحقوقية الوطنية منها والدولية، شكلت مجالا لترسيخ الكثير من الإصلاحات والحقوق. وفي نفس الإطار توجهت المملكة المغربية بشكل جماعي لخلق تصور تنموي جديد كرافد من روافد صون الحريات وضمان الحقوق سواء المدنية والسياسية أو الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. وفي نفس السياق اتجهت المملكة نحو تعميم الحماية الاجتماعية لتدعيم ركائز الدولة الاجتماعية وصون الحقوق الاجتماعية للمواطنين خاصة المتقاعدين والفئات الهشة والمحتاجة لكثير من الخدمات الاجتماعية. وفي سياق متصل تعتبر المملكة المغربية أن قضية المرأة أصبحت التحدي الأكبر للمجتمع المدني والدولة على حد سواء، ونحن نتعامل معها بكثير من الجدية والجرأة والمصداقية. لعلنا نكون منصفين. السيد الرئيس، إن المملكة المغربية ظلت منفتحة على الحوار البناء مع كافة الآليات الأممية المعنية بحقوق الإنسان انسجاما مع التزاماتها الدولية ذات الصلة. وفي هذا الصدد ننكب على الاستعداد لتقديم ومناقشة تقريرنا الوطني برسم الجولة الرابعة من آليات الاستعراض الدولي الشامل خلال السنة الجارية. كما نستعد لمناقشة تقاريرنا الدولية المقدمة خلال السنتين الأخيرتين إلى هيئات المعاهدات المعنية. ويتعلق الأمر بالتقرير الوطني الجامع للتقرير 19/2021 المتعلق بإعمال اتفاقية القضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز العنصري، والتقرير الجامع للتقريرين 5 و6 بشأن إعمال اتفاقية القضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة، وكذا التقرير الأولي بشأن الاتفاقية الدولية لحماية جميع الأشخاص من الاختفاء القسري، إضافة إلى انخراطنا في مسارات إعداد تقارير أخرى حل أجلها. وبنفس الإرادة نواصل تعاوننا على الإجراءات الخاصة بمجلس حقوق الإنسان، وقمنا بتوجيه دعوة رسمية للمقرر الخاص المعني بالحق في الحصول على مياه الشرب، والمقرر الخاص المعني بالجدام، والمقرر الخاص المعني ببيئة سليمة، وآلية الخبراء بشأن الحق في التنمية للقيام بزيارة رسمية إلى المغرب خلال السنة الجارية للوقوف على الجهود والتحديات في المجالات المرتبطة بولايتهم. وتعزيزا للدينامية التي تعيشها المملكة المغربية بغية الإسهام في تعزيز الأدوار الطلائعية لمجلس حقوق الإنسان، قدمت المملكة المغربية ترشيحها لعضوية الفترة ما بين 2023-2025، وهي إشارة واضحة على رغبتها الأكيدة والتزامها الراسخ بتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان ودعمها للمجلس وآلياته، وكذلك استعدادها للمساهمة في الجهود الجماعية لتعزيز عمل وفعالية هذه المؤسسة، حيث يحظى هذا الترشح بدعم الاتحاد الإفريقي وجامعة الدول العربية وعدد من التجمعات الجهوية الأخرى والدول الصديقة. سيد الرئيس، وعلاقة بالنزاع المفتعل الوهمي حول حقوقنا التاريخية المشروعة لمغربية الصحراء، تؤكد المملكة المغربية من جديد على تشبثها بالمسلسل السياسي تحت الرعاية الحصرية للأمم المتحدة بغية التوصل إلى الحل السياسي الواقع البراغماتي المستدام والمبني على التوافق وفقا لمقررات مجلس الأمن، وخصوصا القرار 2602 المعتمد بتاريخ 29 أكتوبر 2021. وفي هذا الإطار استمرت المملكة المغربية في دعم جهود الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة ومبعوثه الشخصي السيد ستيفان دي مستورة الهادفة إلى إعادة إطلاق مسلسل الموائد المستديرة التي عقدت في دجنبر 2018 ومارس 2019 بمشاركة كل الأطراف، بما في ذلك الطرف المسؤول عن افتعال هذا النزاع الإقليمي واستمراره، علما أن هذا الحل السياسي كما أكد جلالة الملك محمد السادس في عدة مناسبات وخطب أنه لا يكمن إلا في إطار الوحدة الترابية والسيادة الوطنية للمملكة. لذلك قدمت المملكة المغربية مقترح الحكم الذاتي الذي ثمنه الكثير من الأصدقاء والملاحظين، بل اعتبره مجلس الأمن مبادرة جادة وذات مصداقية في قرارات 18 الأخيرة والأفق الوحيد للمسلسل السياسي الأممي. وما يعزز صدقية مقترح المملكة المغربية هو أن ساكنة الصحراء شاركت بشكل كبير وموسع في الاستحقاقات الأخيرة، حيث تصدرت الأقاليم الصحراء المغربية نسبة المشاركة المسجلة في هذه الاستحقاقات فقط بكثير المعدل الوطني المسجل في 50.35%، حيث بلغت نسبة المشاركة في 66.94%. من جهة العيون الساقية الحمراء و58.30% في جهة الداخلة وادي الذهب في استحقاقات انتخابية شفافة ونزيهة مكنت ساكنة الصحراء المغربية من تدبير شؤون جماعتهم الترابية ومؤسساتهم المنتخبة محليا، وتمثيل ساكنة الصحراء في المؤسسات الدستورية الوطنية كمجلس النواب ومجلس المستشارين. وفي المقابل يلاحظ سكان المنطقة أن إخوانهم المحتجزين في مخيمات تندوف بالجزائر لا يزالون يعانون من الانتهاكات والحرمان من الحقوق الأساسية، ويرفض الطرف الآخر ليومنا هذا إجراء إحصاء ساكنة مخيمات تندوف منذ سنة 2011 حين صدور قرار مجلس الأمن والذي قضى بالفصل بين البعد الإنساني والبعد السياسي. في التعاطي مع الأوضاع الإنسانية لساكنة هذه المخيمات، ويظهر بجلاء مسؤولية هذا البلد عن الأوضاع اللا إنسانية التي تعاني منها هذه الساكنة، ولا سيما في ظل الفساد والتلاعب والتحويل الممنهج للمساعدات الإنسانية المخصصة للمحتجزين بهذه المخيمات واستمرار المتاجرة فيها. وفي هذا الصدد نندد بشدة بعملية تجنيد الأطفال بالمخيمات في انتهاك صارخ للمعايير الدولية ذات الصلة التي تصنف تجنيد الأطفال في القوات المقاتلة جريمة دولية يعاقب عليها القانون الدولي، وفي جرائم الحرب التي ترتكب ضد الإنسانية ويصنف في خانة أسوأ أشكال عمل الأطفال. إن المغرب بحضوره الدائم داخل المؤسسات حقوق الإنسان الدولية وخطواته الجادة والمسؤولة يجدد دعوته للمجتمع الدولي إلى التدخل لحماية أطفالنا وجميع مواطناتنا ومواطنين المحتجزين بمنطقة تندوف، ويحمل الطرف الآخر المسؤولية الكاملة عن انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان والمساس بالحريات الأساسية والحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لهؤلاء. سيدة الرئيسة، تؤكد المملكة المغربية التزامها بمواصلة جهودها الرامية إلى تحقيق السلم والأمن الدوليين ومكافحة التهديدات الجديدة، وعلى رأسها الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف والتحريض على الكراهية ومعاداة الأجانب باعتبارها أكبر المخاطر المهددة لحقوق الإنسان. كما تتعهد المملكة بمواصلة تعاونها مع الدول الصديقة في مجال تأهيل الحقل الديني وإذكاء قيم الإخاء والاعتدال والتسامح. وانطلاقا من انتمائها المتجدد لإفريقيا، فإن المملكة لن تدخر جهدا في الدفاع عن القضايا الإفريقية، خاصة تلك المتعلقة بالتنمية ومكافحة الفقر وإشكالات الهجرة. وفي هذه الأخيرة تجدد المملكة المغربية دعوتها إلى اعتماد مقاربة جديدة لقضايا الهجرة باعتبارها ليست تحديا فحسب، بل كذلك مصدرا هائلا للفرص. وفي الختام أؤكد لكم أن المملكة المغربية ستواصل بكل حزم ومسؤولية التعاون البناء والمستمر مع مجلسكم الموقر وباقي الآليات الأمم المتحدة وكافة الأطراف الدولية والإقليمية المعنية باحترام حقوق الإنسان وتعزيزها تحقيقا للكرامة الإنسانية وخدمة للسلم والأمن والتعايش والتضامن الدولي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Excellency. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Dominique Hasler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would have wished that we could have gathered under less sinister circumstances. Instead, the Council's session is overshadowed by events in which the international order is being violated in an unprecedented manner that affects the vital interests of everyone committed to the UN Charter. Liechtenstein strongly commends the Russian aggression against Ukraine, calls for an immediate end of the illegal military intervention, and reaffirms its unequivocal support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, including Crimea and Sevastopol. This military operation is not only a repeated act of aggression against Ukraine, it is also an attack on all of us, every UN member committed to a rules-based international order. For Liechtenstein, as a small state without an army, the respect for sovereignty and international law is of vital importance. We consider this crime of aggression also as an attack against us and the values we stand for. Liechtenstein stands in solidarity with the government and the people of Ukraine, whose lives and livelihoods, as well as their hope for a better future, are gravely threatened. The government has decided to make an initial contribution for the most pressing humanitarian needs, and Liechtenstein will live up its humanitarian tradition. It is worth recalling today that members of this Council, according to its Foundation's resolution, shall uphold the highest standards in the promoting and protection of human rights. Mr. President, we live in a time that is unfortunately marked by many humanitarian crises. Therefore, we remain very concerned about the current situation in Afghanistan, in particular about ongoing reports of the systematic violation of the rights of women and girls, including their right to education. The recent disappearances following peaceful women's rights protests illustrates the restricted, unsafe, and misogynistic environment which women encounter in Afghanistan. This sheds light on the dramatic deterioration of the previously already precarious human rights situation, which furthermore includes arbitrary arrests and detentions, torture and ill treatment, and the banning of civil society organizations, as well as the oppression of human rights defenders. We strongly condemn any human rights violations committed by the Taliban and call upon them to respect human rights standards and to ensure accountability for human rights violations in Afghanistan. Furthermore, we continue to be concerned about the situation in Syria, where more than 350,000 civilians have become victims of the conflict that has been going on for more than a decade. There is no sustainable future for Syria without justice for the victims and survivors. Justice for the countless atrocities committed and still ongoing. We express our full support for the work of the International and Impartial and Independent Mechanism for Syria and are grateful for the efforts made by a number of European states to hold criminal trials in national courts of persons having committed atrocities, crimes. It is our firm position that the situation in Syria should be referred to the ICC by the Security Council. We are also deeply worried about the ongoing violence in Myanmar as a result of the unconstitutional military coup a year ago. The human rights situation has deteriorated rapidly. Countless lives have been lost in the fight for a transition back to a democratic order. The military authorities continue their violent crackdown on civilian life, with hundreds of thousands fleeing from the violence, arbitrary arrests, as well as killings and other atrocities carried out as a part of a systematic attack against the civilian population. Liechtenstein was proud to coordinate a group of states that put forward the General Assembly resolution condemning the coup last June, but more needs to be done to ensure the implementation of this resolution, especially concerning the supply of arms to the country. We support the ongoing work by international justice mechanisms such as the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, as well as the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar. The four situations I have highlighted are unfortunately only the tip of the iceberg in a world that faces many challenges. This only underscores the importance of committing to and upholding human rights. It is our collective responsibility to ensure the promotion and protections of human rights throughout the world, including by holding perpetrators of serious violations accountable. Mr. President, recommitting the human rights is of particular importance in times of crisis, as an expression of our engagement for the common values at the heart of the United Nations. Finally, I would like to emphasize Liechtenstein's continued support for the UN human rights system and its work. I would furthermore like to assure you, Mr. President, of our support for the work of the Human Rights Council, and we stand ready to support you and your Bureau in any way possible. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and reconvene in a few minutes to continue with a high-level segment. I hereby close the second meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the third meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with a high-level segment. I now have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Shireen Mazari, Federal Minister of Human Rights of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam Vice President, and the Bureau members on assuming your important roles. I also commend High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and her office for advancing the global human rights agenda. The global state of human rights today presents a sobering picture. Despite robust global treaties, mechanisms, and advocacy, powerful states have for decades continued to suppress inalienable rights and trample upon fundamental freedoms. Women, children, and civilians in Kashmir and Palestine continue to be victims of the most brutal occupations of our times. Yet the occupiers are shielded by their patrons from global scrutiny. Respect for universal values and principles is continuously sacrificed at the altar of strategic and commercial interests. State-sponsored Islamophobia, with women and girls being the worst victims, and extremist ideologies are also on the rise. These disturbing trends are visible in the global response to the COVID pandemic, where vaccine inequity and vaccine nationalism are outweighing global solidarity. Structural flaws in the global economic governance continues to hinder the realization of basic rights and even recovery from the pandemic. Failure to fulfill development financing commitments has not only halted progress in achieving SDG goals, but has also exacerbated the climate crisis. This Council must redouble its efforts to respond meaningfully to these growing challenges. Madam Vice President, Pakistan is committed to upholding its human rights obligations. Regardless of several socio-economic challenges, we are determined to advance and safeguard the basic rights of all our citizens. The vision for a compassionate, peaceful and inclusive society remains at the core of my government's human rights policies. We have advanced legislation on torture and enforced disappearances for consideration by our Parliament. We are pursuing a zero-tolerance policy towards any form of discrimination, violence and abuse. We have reformed our criminal law, strengthened our anti-workplace harassment law and the anti-rape law. We have launched the first ever National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights after extensive multi-stakeholder consultations. We continue to create enabling environment for enhancement of civic engagement and participation. We have promulgated a comprehensive law to further advance the independence and safety of journalists. We have established new institutional mechanisms to alleviate poverty, to empower women and our youth, to reduce inequalities and provide viable social safety nets. We have begun putting in place a universal healthcare scheme so that every citizen can avail free quality healthcare as we move towards making Pakistan a welfare state. Madam Vice President, Pakistan is gravely concerned over the deteriorating human rights situation in Jammu and Kashmir, which remains under illegal occupation by India. During the last 2.5 years, the Indian occupation machinery has accelerated the scale and pace of demographic changes in this UN-recognized disputed territory. By deploying dubious laws, India has granted over 4 million domiciles to non-Kashmiris, thereby legalizing their permanent settlement, purchase of properties and local employment. These unlawful actions constitute willful non-compliance by India of its obligations under the UN Charter, UN Security Council resolutions and the 4th Geneva Convention. These illegal measures are designed to convert the Kashmiri majority into a minority in their own homeland and to deny them their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us be clear. India is using an old playbook to deflect international censure. The Indian regime first tries to dehumanize the Kashmiris by labeling them as terrorists and then unleashes the most brutal campaign to kill and maim them. And women and children are not exempt from this violence perpetrated by Indian security forces. The BJP RSS regime is pursuing a policy of ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri people. Genocide Watch has already sounded the alarm bells. It has warned, and I quote, Indian government's actions in Kashmir have been an extreme case of persecution and could very well lead to genocide, end quote. Over 800,000 personnel of Indian occupation forces have intensified systematic use of summary executions, torture, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and use of rape as a form of collective punishment to repress the legitimate Kashmiri freedom struggle. Snatching of the mortal remains of the great Kashmiri leader Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, illegal arrest and detention of Kashmiri activist Khurram Pervez, staging of the Hyderpora fake encounter, and attack on the Kashmir Press Club are only some of the examples of India's state-led terrorism. Madam Vice President, local human rights institutions have been stifled and a pliant judiciary has been installed, depriving Kashmiri people of even a modicum of access to justice. Impunity for Indian forces has become even more pervasive under the cover of oppressive laws. It is a matter of record that not a single member of the Indian Army has so far been prosecuted for these widely documented abuses. Simultaneously, India has stonewalled any impartial assessment by its continued denial of access to UN human rights machinery, independent observers, and the international media. Indian state oppression has expanded beyond occupied Kashmir now to its mainland as well under the Nazi-inspired Hindutva ideology. Madam Vice President, the UN institutions, the OIC, parliaments, global media, and independent human rights organizations have called India out for its gross and systematic violations of Kashmiri rights. As the global standard bearer of human rights, this Council must act and prevent the growing human rights crimes in occupied Jammu and Kashmir. At a minimum, 4 steps are essential. 1. The Council should press India to reverse its illegal actions taken since 5th August 2019 to uphold basic rights of Kashmiri people, especially the inalienable right to self-determination, and allow access to independent monitors. 2. The Council should lend its support to the recommendation contained in the High Commissioner's 2 Kashmir reports calling for establishment of an independent commission of inquiry. 3. The High Commissioner should publish an updated Kashmir report in exercise of her monitoring and prevention mandate on the basis of extensive documentation made available by independent observers from across the world. And 4, the global flag bearers of human rights should break their eerie silence and speak out against Indian atrocities. Madam Vice President, in conclusion, credible actions are necessary to prevent further loss of lives, rights, and the dignity of the Kashmiri people. Appeasement is not an option. Doing so will only embolden the oppressor and reward impunity. It is time to walk the talk and stand up for non-discriminatory justice, freedom, and human rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Ann Linde, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in these challenging times, universal human rights, supported by a rule-based international order and a strong multilateral system, are more important than ever. If we needed a reminder why these principles matter, the past weeks and days have made it abundantly clear. A new and dark chapter in European history has started. What many of us thought was unthinkable, a full-scale war in Europe, has begun. Russia's military attack against Ukraine is a flagrant violation of international law, including the UN Charter and of the European and global security order. We condemned in the strongest possible terms the invasion of Ukraine by the armed forces of the Russian Federation. It's unprovoked, illegal and indefensible. There is no justification for Russia's unlawful use of force. Russia bears full responsibility for this act of aggression and for the destruction of loss of life. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in the aggression against Ukraine. By allowing Russian aggression from its territory, Belarus itself has violated international law. We stand in full solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people who are fighting this very moment to preserve their freedom, their democracy and their independence. We demand that Russia immediately cease military actions, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respects Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. Let us also remember that Russia's aggression against Ukraine did not start last week. During the past 8 years, Russia's aggression has resulted in almost 15,000 Ukrainians losing their lives. The respect for international law, including human rights and international humanitarian law, in the non-governmental controlled area of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast in Crimea has continuously deteriorated. The impact of the civilian population, innocent men, women and children, has been immense. This nightmare is unfolding all over Ukraine. I welcome the decision by this Council to hold an urgent debate on the situation in Ukraine later this week. Madam Vice President, today, when human rights are under increasing pressure in many parts of the world, it's crucial that the Human Rights Council can live up to its role on the global body charged with protecting and promoting human rights. By promoting international cooperation and developing the normative framework, but also by addressing the worst violations and demanding accountability from those responsible. Let me underline how important it is that members of this Council themselves meet the highest human rights standards, that civil society and victims of human rights violation can make themselves heard without fear or reprisal, that the High Commissioner and her office are empowered and financed to carry out their work with full independence. With the rest of the EU, Sweden will continue to work closely with other member states across regions to ensure that the multilateral human rights system delivers. We will strengthen our support for human rights defenders everywhere, because in many parts of the world, defending human rights comes with great and unacceptable risks. Independent judiciary, civil society and free media are increasingly under attack from authoritarian leaders. LGBTIQ persons and trade union representatives are being denied their rights, arrested or even killed. With the accelerating climate crisis, we also see attacks against those who fight the unsustainable exploitation of our natural resources. During this session, Sweden will host a high-level event together with OHCHR on how increased efforts are required from states to support environmental human rights defenders. We hope that many of you will join us there. Madam Vice President, according to International IDEA and Varieties of Democracy's latest report, there are now more autocracies than democracies in the world. I'm deeply concerned over these developments that also impact my own continent. This is why Sweden continues to mobilize through our Drive for Democracy, a global initiative spanning all aspects of foreign policy, aiming to promote and strengthen human rights, democracy and rule of law worldwide. Time and again, democracy has proved itself the superior form of government. It allows us to debate and resolve our differences through peaceful means, through institutions, elections, free speech, the rule of law and legislation that ensures human rights. It provides the transparency, accountability, stability and prosperity we need to meet the challenges we face. The alternative offered by authoritarian regimes, blind obedience, corruption or brute repression, is not the future but the past. Madam Vice President, it is not a coincidence that women's enjoyment of human rights is being challenged when authoritarianism is on the rise. The same authoritarian leaders who undermine democracy also go to great lengths to roll back women's autonomy and empowerment. Let me underline that human rights are universal and should be fully enjoyed by all, irrespectively of gender, religion, ethnic background or sexual orientation or gender identity. Before I end, let me say how pleased I am to address all of you today in person and not just on the screen. The pandemic has reminded us on how much we appreciate our freedom and opportunity to meet and discuss. It has also reminded us of another thing, that there are many challenges that we can only cope and hope to meet if we work together as one world. Even if some parts of the world are now starting to emerge from under the shadow of the pandemic, it will not fully be over for any of us until it's over for all. The same is true for human rights. Anyone who has followed the work of this Council or World Affairs knows that violation and suffering in one part of the world invariably spill over. As has been made all too clear over the past weeks and days, authoritarian regimes are a threat, not just to their own citizens, but to their surroundings as well. In the end, I will not be fully free or fully safe unless you are too. We are in this world together, and we are each other's business. Hence the importance of the work of this Council. I hope the coming weeks will prove its relevance and its impact. I wish you boldness, I wish you judgment. The world will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kazem Garibabadi, Deputy Judiciary for International Affairs and Secretary for High Council for Human Rights of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the principal policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran with regards to human rights relies on promoting and protecting these rights for the entire society. Our firm belief in protecting human rights is rooted in our religious precepts and results from the international obligations to which we are signatories. The three branches of government in the Islamic Republic of Iran have been doing their utmost and using all their potential to serve people and protect and promote their rights. To that effect, a variety of policies and plans have been adopted and implemented over the past 1 year. Madam Vice President, while everyone is speaking about human rights, the widespread violations of Iranian people's rights caused by unilateral coercive measures are deliberately papered over. The United States is at the forefront of application of unilateral coercive measures in order to impose its will on others. These unilateral coercive measures, particularly those imposed on the banking and financial system, have even hindered humanitarian activities. The United States is behaving like a soi-disant international police, trampling upon international law and norms. Such unlawful behavior is neither legitimate nor legal, and the international community shouldn't tolerate it. Given the predictable and costly consequences of unilateral coercive measures, they should be considered as weapons and tools of aggression. Commercial and economic unilateral coercive measures run counter to human rights objectives and intentions. They constitute, in fact, a collective punishment for ordinary people and should therefore be considered as crime against humanity. Distinguished delegates, there is another ominous phenomenon which Iranian people are suffering from, that is terrorism. Iran has been a major victim of terrorism over the past 43 years, during which thousands of innocent civilians have been killed or injured. Terrorist grouplets have indiscriminately targeted all social strata, from women and men to children, elderly, and scientists. The bulk of these acts of terror, which amount to crime against humanity, have been committed by the notorious terrorist Munafiqeen or Mujahideen Khalq organization. For proof of about 17,000 victims of acts of terror, 12,000 have been martyred by Mujahideen Khalq organization operatives. Nonetheless, we witnessed that such terrorist grouplets, despite their dark criminal record, have had administrative organs in some European states, and their agents have been traveling with immunity in European states and the United States. It is regrettable to see that the ringleaders of this criminal and dangerous grouplet put up a human rights charade and claim to be human rights advocates. Every free-spirited human may wonder how come certain countries which pretend to defend human rights and combat terrorism consider as a human rights defender a notorious group whose hands are stained with the blood of thousands of innocent women and children in Iran, Syria, and Iraq. How can one explain and justify this paradox? Therefore, I do hereby call on European officials, the European Union, the United Nations, and the Human Rights Council to prevent the free movement of this terrorist grouplet within Europe and their undercover presence at international forums and the Human Rights Council, and to bringing them to justice and holding them accountable. I would also like to highlight the criminal assassination of General Qasem Soleimani by the United States government that amounted to an act of state terrorism in full contravention of international law and human rights norms, and a gift to the Daesh terrorist group. General Soleimani, who championed the fight on terrorism in the region, was respected by many nations and states. The Iranian and Iraqi judiciaries are determined to prosecute the instigators and perpetrators of this crime. The Iranian judiciary is set to open a trial for all individuals involved in this crime and hold them accountable. Let me also highlight the United States-backed assassination of 5 Iranian nuclear scientists by the Zionist regime of Israel. The perpetrators of such inhuman and savage crimes should be held accountable. Madam Vice President, Iran deems the issuance of country-specific resolutions and the appointment of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran as politically motivated, selective, unfair, and based on double standards. I hereby call on all member states of this August Council to feel responsible and reject plans which are based on ill intentions of certain countries to circulate an appointed country-specific resolution and a special rapporteur. This would lead to confrontation rather than interaction. Unfortunately, most advocates of such political plans have widely violated human rights in their own countries as well as other nations, particularly Iran, by imposing, proliferating, supporting, adhering to, and over-complying with unilateral coercive measures and supporting terrorist grouplets. Distinguished delegates, the aggrieved people of Palestine are still subject to injustice by the apartheid Israeli regime, which continues to systematically violate even their fundamental and basic rights. It is high time that the international community stood unanimously by the people of Palestine and showed solidarity with them. In this regard, we strongly believe that Agenda Item 7 should be preserved until the occupation of Palestine comes to an end and the perpetrators of these crimes are held accountable. In this line, this body should ensure that the Commission of Inquiry could fulfill its mandate, including through being provided with necessary resources. The aggrieved people of Yemen are still in pain and suffering. We are unfortunately witnessing a long drawn-out war and catastrophic humanitarian situation in Yemen, definitely to blame on arms supplied by some states to the aggressors and prevention of humanitarian aid delivery there. Bringing an end to the years-long crisis in Yemen hinges on respecting the will of Yemeni people in deciding their own fate and lifting the economic and humanitarian siege on them, declaring a ceasefire and launching intra-Yemeni dialogue. Madam Vice President, genuine support of human rights requires respecting cultural diversity, spelling an end on political instrumentalization of human rights and adopting a balanced approach vis-à-vis human rights. Within the principled framework of mutual respect and non-interference in the international affairs of others, the Islamic Republic of Iran is always ready and willing to develop human rights interactions with international human rights mechanisms as well as interested parties. Iran has already had constructive cooperation and interaction with the United Nations human rights mechanisms, including the Office of High Commissioner and treaty bodies, and will continue its cooperation and interaction with a positive view in the future. As a last word, Madam Vice President, human rights is a principle of essence for Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has taken as its high duty to live up to the aspirations of its people by protecting and promoting their dignity and human rights irrespective of their religion, opinion, race, and gender. In this direction, Iran will also honor its international obligations to protect and promote human rights. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Faruk Kaymaki, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Director for EU Affairs of Turkey. Excellency, you have the floor.
Last year, we started our remarks by explaining how COVID-19 exposed our vulnerability and interdependence. A year on, this is the case even more so. The pandemic has made global injustices even more pronounced. Let me share Turkish views on some major issues where human rights and dignity are at stake. Russia's recent military offensive against Ukraine and its decision to recognize so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics is a violation of international law. We find these steps unacceptable. Turkey remains committed to preserving Ukraine's political unity and territorial integrity, including Crimea. Turkey also continues to support the Crimean Tatars' right to live freely and safely in their homeland. Dear colleagues, the negative trend in the rise of xenophobia, racism, and religious intolerance continues. We have a shared responsibility to promote mutual understanding. We will host the next meeting of the Istanbul process on combating intolerance and discrimination based on religion. We all know that fear stokes hatred towards the other. Governments should not aggravate these fears by pursuing anti-migration policies. We remain deeply concerned about pushbacks. Earlier this month, 19 migrants were found frozen to death close to our land border with Greece. Since 2020, we rescued nearly 35,000 migrants from pushbacks. We call on Greece and the EU to respect the right to life. As the largest refugee hosting country in the world, we uphold our international obligations. Terrorism remains one of the biggest challenges to the right to life. As a country where the PKK, YPG, Daesh, and FETÖ claim many lives, we know that terrorism has no religion or ideology. Without recognizing this and engaging in effective cooperation, we cannot eradicate this threat. Ladies and gentlemen, Syria offers a picture of what happens when we cannot come together to preserve human dignity. The conflict can only be settled through political means. But the regime refuses to engage with the UN-facilitated political process and continues to commit human rights violations. Turkey, on the other hand, hosts 3.7 million Syrians, contributes directly to the safety and well-being of about 5 million people in northern Syria, and offers the only hub for UN cross-border humanitarian aid to Syria. In Afghanistan, human rights remain under threat. To encourage the Taliban to respect human rights, in particular women's rights and political inclusion, there is no better tool than gradual engagement. Now, there is a growing international understanding on that. In occupied Palestine, human rights violations continue. Turkey remains committed to an independent and sovereign Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. We stand with Libya and the Libyan people. We have supported all governments that came to power through legitimate processes. We will continue to support any future legitimate administration. Elections will be a key milestone in the political transition process. To ensure their credibility and acceptance, elections should be held on a solid legal basis. In Ethiopia, we are working hard for a peaceful resolution. We welcome the formation of the National Dialogue Commission and lifting of the state of emergency. We also engage with all stakeholders to ensure the flow of humanitarian aid to Tigray. Mr. President, dear colleagues, thanks to our efforts, there is now a historic opportunity in the South Caucasus to achieve lasting peace. The normalization process with Armenia is a significant effort. Cooperation initiatives such as 3+3 will foster regional ownership and reinforce Turkey, Armenia, and Azerbaijan-Armenia processes. Turkish Cypriots have been suffering from inhuman isolation and unjust embargo for more than 50 years now. We call on the international community to recognize their inherent rights of equal status and sovereignty. Turkey follows with concern the human rights situation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. We openly share our views with the Chinese authorities. While respecting China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Turkey attaches great importance to the protection of the fundamental rights of Uyghur Turks and other Muslims. The High Commissioner's initiative to have an unrestricted visit to Xinjiang is important. We are in contact with China to ensure a comprehensive and a meaningful visit by our national delegation to the region. We wish for a peaceful resolution of the situation in Jammu Kashmir on the basis of relevant UN Security Council resolutions and legitimate expectations of the people of Jammu Kashmir. Human rights violations in Myanmar, especially crimes against the Rohingya, remain a source of serious concern. The necessary steps to restore democracy should be taken without delay. Mr. President, Turkey will continue to engage with the Council for the protection and promotion of human rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pekka Haavisto, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address the Human Rights Council as a member state. The Council has a unique, strong and global mandate to promote and protect human rights. Also, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has Finland's unwavering support. Mr. President, Finland stands with Ukraine. Russia has brought war into Europe by its aggression on this sovereign state, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter on which this very Council builds upon. By its illegal actions, Russia causes immense suffering for the Ukrainians. Civilians have died, have had to flee their homes. There is no justification for this, neither for the violations committed during the past 8 years. Finland strongly condemns violations of human rights and international humanitarian law by Russia. This Council must hold Russia accountable. Mr. President, the international community's capacity and will to defend human rights are put to test. The implications of the actions of authoritarian states, conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, growing inequalities, climate change and loss of biodiversity are among our challenges. People across the globe need the determination of this Council more than ever. Finland will work together with all stakeholders to ensure that the Council lives up to its important mandate. We trust that there is a shared commitment to fulfill our international obligations. Recently, the Council has shown leadership on the human rights situation in Afghanistan and by acknowledging the right to environment. Together we can build on such positive examples. Women and girls in all their diversity deserve our full attention. We must protect all women, including indigenous and LGBTIQ women, as well as those with disabilities. We must also address the shadow pandemic of violence against women and girls urgently. 1 in 3 women worldwide experience violence. Such violence has a devastating impact on the victim and her rights. It has also widespread societal consequences. Men and boys must be positively engaged to ensure change. The Human Rights Council can make a difference, and Finland works towards that end. Mr. President, is a cornerstone of democratic societies and supports sustainable development. Human rights defenders, political opposition, and journalists must be able to work without fear of reprisals. This must be a part of building back better after the COVID-19 pandemic. We are deeply concerned about the developments in many countries, including in our own neighborhood. The crackdown on civil society in Russia, China, and Belarus, as well as the shrinking space for journalists in Hong Kong, are among situations of concern. Human rights activism in the midst of severe restrictions requires courage. I want to welcome the braveness of Sudanese and Afghan women who have claimed their rights in difficult situations. Mr. President, everyone needs to contribute to the work against racism. I'm pleased to inform that we continue steadfast work in this regard at home as well. Last fall, my government adopted an action plan for combating racism. Finland is committed to fighting anti-Semitism in all fora. We support the definition of anti-Semitism by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Education, awareness raising, and training of public officials are among our key efforts in ensuring the enjoyment of human rights of all persons belonging to minorities. Finland is always open to discuss its own human rights situation. We look forward to our Universal Periodic Review in November. The UPR has proven its political significance in human rights promotion, complementing the work of other UN human rights mechanisms. Mr. President, you can count on our commitment and cooperation in keeping human rights at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Menardo Guevara, Secretary of Justice of the Philippines. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, it is my great honor to speak at this high-level segment of the 49th session of the UN Human Rights Council. Our recent experience confirms how constructive engagement can yield valuable dividends towards the protection and promotion of human rights. This experience likewise demonstrates how constructive engagement creates opportunities for the integration of human rights ideals into policies and measures designed to promote the security of our nation, the peace of our communities, and the safety of our people. Our constructive engagement found its iterative expression in this Council's Resolution 45/33, passed during its 45th session. The resolution endorsed support for our efforts at further strengthening our government's human rights and accountability mechanisms. Energized by this support, our national institutions have since then proceeded to discharge our human rights commitments in accordance with international law principles and consistent with our national interest. In particular, the review panel formed under the Department of Justice, which I lead, is now prepared to endorse to the Philippine National Bureau of Investigation 250 cases that involve reported deaths arising from the government's anti-illegal drug operations in the Central Luzon area. Earlier, the review panel has endorsed to the NBI 52 other cases. From this previous endorsement, 4 cases have reached actual prosecution in our courts. The NBI is currently preparing 5 more complaints to initiate the prosecution process against erring law enforcement operatives. The work of the review panel has been complemented by investigations conducted by the Philippine Interagency Committee on Extralegal Killings and Forced Disappearances, Torture, and other grave violations of the right to life, liberty, and security of persons, otherwise known as the Administrative Order 35 or AO 35 mechanism. In the past year alone, this interagency committee created 15 special investigation teams that looked into extralegal killings and other incidents involving gross violations of human rights and of humanitarian law. The committee has recently completed its investigation and will shortly initiate the process to prosecute a number of law enforcement officers involved in the service of judicial warrants, which resulted in the death of known activists in southern Luzon. The progress we have thus far achieved rests on the collective effort of the Philippine National Police, the DOJ, and other relevant institutions committed to instill respect for human rights and exact accountability for those who violate them. This effort stands to benefit even more from our government's joint program with the UN. The AO 35 mechanism has been in continuous dialogue with the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator and the Office of the UN Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial, Summary, or Arbitrary Executions for capacity building initiatives, specifically on the 1991 Minnesota Protocol on investigations of potentially unlawful deaths. Other related projects and programs involving the DOJ, the Philippine Commission on Human Rights, and our law enforcement organizations have likewise been drawn up for funding under the UN Joint Program. Signed in July last year, the joint program enhances capacity building and technical cooperation between the Philippines and the UN. Pledges for the joint program are currently being prepared by the governments of Norway and Australia. An invitation to the US for a pledge to the program was likewise made during the 9th Philippine-US Bilateral Strategic Dialogue held last November 2021 in Washington, D.C. In December 2021, the first meeting of the UN Joint Program Steering Committee was convened. Last month, the Technical Working Group on Civil Space and Engagement, led by our Commission on Human Rights, conducted its first inception meeting with 10 civil society organizations in attendance. Meanwhile, the Philippine government has invited 2 special rapporteurs to undertake official visits to the country between now and next year. We look forward to working with the special rapporteur on the sale of children late this year and the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression in 2023. Mr. President, Excellencies, as ordained by our Constitution and following the holding of our national elections, a change in administration will take place in the Philippines by the 30th of June this year. But our country's firm commitment to human rights will remain unaffected by the passing incumbency of administrations, rooted as it is on our long history of engagement with this Council and reflected in policies that protect and promote the fundamental rights and freedoms of our people. The Philippines will remain positively engaged with the international community and all human rights mechanisms on all issues concerning rule of law and accountability institutions in the country. But we will draw the line between parties that engage in good faith and those that abuse and exploit these mechanisms to make demands of accountability with little or no factual basis. Finally, the Philippines assures the international community and all its development partners of our commitment to further build on the gains we have thus far achieved and to further deepen our honest, open, meaningful, and enduring cooperation in the sphere of human rights. Thank you, and mabuhay.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on my list for the high-level segment today. We will reconvene in a few minutes for the annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming.
Excelencias, distinguidas y distinguidos colegas, señoras y señores, vamos a proceder con la mesa redonda anual de alto nivel sobre la integración de los derechos humanos que se celebra en virtud de la resolución 1621 del Consejo, la cual tiene el fin de promover la integración de los derechos humanos en el sistema de las Naciones Unidas. El tema del panel de este año es la contribución de la participación universal a la integración de los derechos humanos en todo el sistema de las Naciones Unidas en ocasión del 10º aniversario del Fondo Fiduciario de Asistencia Técnica Voluntaria para apoyar la participación de los países menos adelantados y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo en la labor del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Tengo el honor de dar la bienvenida a Su Excelencia Abdullah Shahid, presidente del 76º periodo de sesiones de la Asamblea General, a Su Excelencia Michelle Bachelet, alta comisionada para los derechos humanos, al doctor Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, y a Su Excelencia Luis Mushikiwabo, secretaria general de la Francophonie, quienes estarán pronunciando los discursos de apertura. También deseo dar la bienvenida a nuestros distinguidos y distinguidas ponentes, la señora Rebecca Greenspan, secretaria general de la Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre Comercio y Desarrollo, el señor Martín Chungong, secretario general de la Unión Interparlamentaria, la señora Heidi Schroederus-Fox, alta representante interina para los países menos adelantados, los países en desarrollo sin litoral y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, la señora Emeline Sial Ilolaya, directora ejecutiva de la Asociación de Organizaciones No Gubernamentales de las Islas del Pacífico. Excelencias, antes de continuar me gustaría recordarles que se alienta a los oradores y las oradoras a intervenir de forma interactiva mediante comentarios y preguntas que tengan en cuenta las intervenciones de los ponentes y reflexionen sobre ellas. Permítanme recordarles que el tiempo de intervención es de 2 minutos para todos y todas y que se podrán acomodar a un máximo de 30 oradores. Los y las representantes que no hayan podido tomar la palabra por falta de tiempo podrán cargar sus declaraciones en el sistema en línea para que se publiquen en la extranet. Tengo el honor de dar la palabra al presidente de la 76ª sesión de la Asamblea General. Su Excelencia, tiene usted la palabra.
Excellencies, it is my pleasure to participate in this annual high-level panel discussion on human rights mainstreaming. Today's event coincides with the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of LDCs and SIDS in the work of the Human Rights Council. The Trust Fund was conceived out of the realization that for the global human rights agenda to be meaningful and comprehensive, all voices must be heard. It is appropriate and symbolic that it arose from the initiatives of SIDS and LDCs, including from that of the Maldives during its membership of the Human Rights Council in 2012. I'm encouraged by the strides we are making towards including underrepresented countries in the work of human rights. Excellencies, it is crucial that we continue in the direction of more inclusivity. Together, LDCs and SIDS comprise 40% of the United Nations member states. Including them in the work of the Human Rights Council ensures that their priorities and concerns are acknowledged and reflected in our work. It ensures that we are better positioned to identify and address the human rights concerns of all communities. Excellencies, I am proud to note that respecting the rights of all is one of the key priorities of my Presidency of Hope. And I acknowledge and applaud the role of the Council in respecting and promoting human rights on a global scale. I'm committed to doing all that I can to support its work and strengthen its most effective tools, including the Trust Fund. The Trust Fund is now celebrated as a success story in technical cooperation and capacity building in the field of human rights. It has enabled 172 government officials from the 72 eligible LDCs and SIDS to attend the regular sessions of the Council. It has helped us make strides in gender equality with 104 beneficiaries being women. It has also enhanced inclusivity for persons with disabilities. The Trust Fund should be praised for its role in strengthening the capacity and expertise of its beneficiaries by exposing to the different universal mechanisms. Many former beneficiaries of the Trust Fund are now human rights experts and have been posted in multilateral missions, including in New York and Geneva. Others have been included as part of their delegations participating in the Universal Periodic Review. To take one example, the Trust Fund supported a visually impaired female delegate from Antigua and Barbuda, a country that does not have a permanent mission in Geneva, to head her country's UPR delegation last November. It has directly benefited my office also, as one beneficiary of the Trust Fund, Ms. Deandra Vivincia Cartwright from the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, serves ably on my team. Excellencies, for 10 years, donors have played a vital role in supporting the fund. At this critical moment, as the world grapples with the consequences of a devastating pandemic, let us make sure that the fund retains sufficient resources to fulfill its mandate, and let us also uphold the principles of diversity and inclusivity in the global human rights agenda, principles we must pass on to the next generation. They are the only ones positioned to one day uphold our legacies and to refine and strengthen the global human rights architecture. The understanding that youth are critical to continuing the work of multilateralism is why I earlier launched the Pgs Fellowship for Hope. Under this fellowship, 8 young diplomats from underrepresented countries have joined my office, where they will gain knowledge and skills to support their nations in the field of multilateralism, including as it relates to the protection and promotion of human rights. It is a fellowship whose values and intentions are fully aligned with those of the Trust Fund. Going forward, we must build on these initiatives. We must endeavor to include all voices in the human rights discussion and agenda. We must make an active effort to include previously underrepresented voices, acknowledging that they too have an equal stake in our dialogues and an equal capacity to make contributions. That is how we will build a just world that secures the human rights of all. And with those sentiments, I wish you all a very productive discussion. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tengo ahora el placer de dar la palabra a la señora Alta Comisionada de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos. Su Excelencia tiene la palabra.
Distinguished President of the Assembly, distinguido Presidente del Consejo, dear Director General Tedros, Madame la Secrétaire Générale de l'OIF, Louise Mushikiwabo, Excellencies, dear panelists. I am particularly delighted that His Excellency Abdullah Shahid is participating in this important discussion, and not only because, as President of the General Assembly, he stands for the universality of the United Nations. It was his country, the Maldives, together with Mauritius, which drew our attention to the specific needs of least developed countries and small island developing states. Resolution 19/26, which established the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support participation by least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of the Council, arose from that initiative. Today, as we mark the Fund's 10th anniversary, we have an opportunity to take stock of its first decade of achievements and assess ways to advance that work in the future. As requested, my office has submitted a report on the operations of the Trust Fund, A/HRC/49/92. allow me to highlight some of its achievements. The fund has enabled 172 LDC and SIDS government officials to attend regular sessions of the Council. 95% of them were attending the Council for the first time. 71 out of 72 eligible LDCs and SIDS have benefited from funds programs. The fund is a gender champion. 60% of its beneficiaries to date have been women. It has had significant impact in building partnerships, including with intergovernmental organizations that provide technical assistance to LDCs and SIDS. And I'm delighted that the heads of some of these organizations are participating in today's discussion. Beneficiaries of the fund have enriched this Council's debate. They have returned home with renewed human rights expertise, created in several cases new momentum for action. And we just heard what the President of the General Assembly has mentioned about the inclusion of many of its members in supporting his job. And they have opened our eyes to perspective and challenges that should engage us all. Many SIDS and LDCs have been instrumental in raising the human rights challenges posed by climate change and advocating the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. They have helped us engage more powerful, more relevant work. For all this reason and more, we welcome every step towards greater universality. Allow me to cite the case of Samoa. Over the last decade, assistance from the fund meant that 5 women representatives from Samoa have attended the Council's regular sessions. Now Samoa has decided to open a permanent mission in Geneva. We look forward to working closely with Ambassador-designate Tabitha Levy. Excellencies, every step towards more inclusion enriches all of us and advances the rights of all people to raise their voices and participate in global institutions. I want to emphasize my commitment to multilingualism. As a non-native English speaker, I fully understand the injustice and challenges of operating exclusively in one language. J'aimerais saluer les efforts de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie et l'excellente coopération que nous avons développée depuis 20 ans pour soutenir les droits humains. We will continue to deepen our cooperation within the framework of the Council, including initiatives such as workshops with OIF and Interparliamentary to increase the UPR's visibility and impact and to assist states to implement recommendations. Mr. President, despite COVID restrictions, the LDCs and SIDS Trust Fund has been able to support the participation of 19 delegates in 2021, including 15 at the September session, the largest cohort since it was established. I salute all its former delegates, those who are among us and those attending this discussion remotely. Thank you for bringing your perspective, visions, and experiences to our work. I also want to thank the 31 donors that support the work of the fund, which constitutes an excellent example of tangible and concrete capacity building. I look forward to the contributions of our speakers and panel, and above all, I look forward to working with the representatives of all states, all peoples, and civil society representatives to further advance justice and human rights. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora alta comisionada. Ahora tengo el honor de dar la palabra al director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, doctor Tedros. Usted tiene la palabra.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, thank you, President Villegas, for the opportunity to open today's discussion. I congratulate Member States for their historic recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Multilateral collaboration such as this is critical to advancing climate justice and environmental protection so that future generations can enjoy unpolluted air, clean water, and food security. Landlocked developing countries and small island developing states are on the front line of extreme weather events and rising sea levels, many without the infrastructure to address these challenges. In 2017, WHO, in collaboration with Fiji's presidency, launched the SIDS Initiative on Climate Change and Health to amplify the voices of health leaders in SIDS, to promote climate-resilient policies, and to triple international investment in climate change and health in SIDS. Last year, WHO hosted the first ever summit on SIDS, environmental health and development. And at COP26, WHO, the UK, and other partners launched a program to build climate-resilient, low-carbon, sustainable health systems. 56 countries have committed to concrete targets for net zero emissions. WHO is committed to supporting landlocked and small island developing states in their efforts to build a safe, healthy, and clean environment for all. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. C'est avec plaisir que je donne la parole à la secrétaire générale de la francophonie. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président du Conseil des droits de l'homme, Madame la Haute Commissaire aux droits de l'homme, Madame la Secrétaire générale de la CNUSED, Mesdames et Messieurs, avec un clin d'œil spécial à nos États membres, je vois devant moi la Côte d'Ivoire, le Qatar, le Cameroun, le Bénin, l'Arménie, la France, le Gabon, la Gambie et bien d'autres. Je suis très heureuse de participer à cette séance d'une grande importance pour notre organisation. Et c'est pour moi un témoignage de l'excellence des relations et de la coopération qui existe entre l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie et le Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme. Je salue la tenue de ce panel de haut niveau qui place au cœur des réflexions mondiales aujourd'hui la situation particulière des pays les moins avancés et des petits États insulaires en développement, plusieurs de nos États membres à la francophonie, qui font face à des obstacles structurels au développement et demeurent particulièrement vulnérables. Les PMA et les PEID sont en effet confrontés à de nombreux défis qui entravent leurs efforts de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme. Il en est ainsi particulièrement des droits des femmes et des filles, notamment dans un contexte où les conséquences de la COVID-19 pourraient, comme on l'a déjà vu, empêcher le retour à l'école de plusieurs millions d'enfants. Je suis reconnaissante au président de l'Assemblée générale d'avoir mentionné le droit aux droits de tous. Mesdames et messieurs, vous l'aurez compris, le droit à l'éducation des filles me préoccupe particulièrement. En effet, la Convention internationale des droits de l'enfant prévoit clairement que l'éducation est un droit fondamental pour tous les enfants. Pourtant, dans le monde, les filles sont encore aujourd'hui confrontées à de nombreux obstacles qui ne leur permettent pas d'exercer pleinement ce droit. Dans les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires en développement, c'est encore plus le cas. Or, l'exercice du droit à l'éducation est, comme nous le savons tous, essentiel pour l'épanouissement personnel des femmes et des filles et l'autonomisation économique qui constitue un enjeu majeur du développement pour chaque État, un enjeu encore plus important pour les États dont il est question ici aujourd'hui. La conférence internationale que la francophonie a tenue sur ce sujet à N'Djamena au Tchad en 2019 a notamment permis de mettre en place la plateforme Relief, une plateforme numérique de ressources éducatives libres pour l'égalité femmes-hommes, une plateforme qui permet l'échange d'expériences parmi beaucoup de nos États en développement et qui permet aussi à l'enseignement de tenir en compte cette égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. Monsieur le Président, pour revenir à notre rencontre d'aujourd'hui et à ce panel, je voudrais donner 3 pistes de réflexion qui me semblent essentielles. Tout d'abord, le respect du multilinguisme. Je suis très reconnaissante à la haute commissaire et d'ailleurs au secrétaire général des Nations Unies lui-même, avec qui j'ai eu cette discussion dès ma prise de fonction en 2019. 3 pistes de réflexion, à commencer par le respect du multilinguisme. En effet, parler de participation universelle suppose que toutes les délégations sont à l'aise et peuvent faire entendre leur voix et leurs besoins dans une langue qu'ils comprennent et une langue dans laquelle ils peuvent bien travailler. Or, comment convaincre un État de prendre une part active à des négociations s'il doit le faire dans une langue qu'il ne maîtrise pas? C'est pourquoi le respect du multilinguisme me semble fondamental, puisqu'il garantit, comme nous le savons, un fonctionnement inclusif, puisqu'ici, on parle des droits de toutes et de tous. Deuxièmement, le renforcement des capacités des délégations des pays les moins avancés et des petits États insulaires en développement, qui me semble également nécessaire pour ce panel. Il s'agit de donner à ces États, à travers les formations appropriées, des outils et des moyens qui leur permettent de participer plus activement aux réunions et aux négociations où sont prises des décisions cruciales en matière de droits de l'homme. À cet égard, je tiens à saluer notre coopération avec le Haut Commissariat des droits de l'homme, par laquelle l'OIF, l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, apporte un soutien aux délégations francophones, notamment et surtout les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires en développement. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne saurais clore mon propos sans parler de l'importance de l'outil numérique. 3e donc piste de réflexion. La pandémie de Covid-19, nous en avons pris la mesure, a montré l'importance de l'outil numérique. C'est pourquoi notre panel devra mettre aussi l'accent sur les opportunités qu'offrent ces outils technologiques pour les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires en développement, confrontés aux difficultés inhérentes à la fracture numérique dans un contexte international où nos réunions se passent de plus en plus en hybride ou à distance et qui peut-être deviendront plus ou moins la règle à l'avenir. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne saurais clore cette intervention sans me réjouir de la contribution de plusieurs États membres de la francophonie, 23 États de la famille francophone qui contribuent au fonds d'affectation spéciale pour les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires et en développement. J'encourage les membres de la francophonie à continuer dans cette voie et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour votre intervention. A continuación veremos un breve video celebrando el 10º aniversario del Fondo Fiduciario para los países menos adelantados, los países en desarrollo sin litoral y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, que ha sido preparado por la Secretaría del Fondo Fiduciario de la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada y que presenta los testimonios de 8 antiguos delegados beneficiarios y becarios del Fondo Fiduciario. Permítanme recordarles que existe una práctica de larga data en este Consejo en relación con la exhibición de materiales visuales en los debates plenarios, según la cual la exhibición de cualquier material visual o imágenes debe ser remitida a la mesa de antemano para su consideración y aprobación. De acuerdo con esta práctica, el video que se mostrará a continuación sobre el fondo fiduciario fue previamente presentado, revisado y aprobado por la mesa. Por favor, proyectemos el video.
I am A. Missouri Sherman Peter, Ambassador and Permanent Observer for the Caribbean Community to the UN. I was privileged to be one of 18 sponsored delegates to the first universal session of the HRC in 2016. I was the Rapporteur General of the Fund's first regional workshop, convened for the CARICOM region in 2018 in Georgetown, Guyana, with participation of the President of the Human Rights Council, Ambassador Sook. I participated in the workshops for the Pacific, Africa, and Asia. The fund has supported 32 government officials, including 23 women from the 14 members of CARICOM. None of our members have been left behind. Each one has been supported by the fund at least once. The Trust Fund's activities and continuous engagement has made a difference in our CARICOM region. I highly commend and urge all to support our Trust Fund, an exceptional champion for LDC SID's participation in the Human Rights Council. I thank you.
Hello, I'm Vanessa Moe, and I participated in the 33rd session of the Human Rights Council as representative from Antigua and Barbuda. My participation was facilitated through the SIDS LDC Trust Fund. The Trust Fund is important as it allows visually impaired persons, such as myself, to fully engage in the human rights process. I later went on to present my country's Universal Periodic Review in November 2021. I thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheldon Henry, and I'm a diplomat for St. Kitts and Nevis. I participated in the 2019 fellowship, and my experience was such a transformative one. This is why I implore you to continue to support the Trust Fund, as it benefits countries like mine who do not have a presence in Geneva.
Malo Lele. Bonjour, je m'appelle Elsie Fukufuka et je viens de Tonga. I'm currently speaking to you from our capital, Nuku'alofa. The SIDS LDC's Trust Fund is an important mechanism through which small island developing states in the Pacific, like mine, can engage in and participate in the Human Rights Council. In 2018, I represented Tonga at the 38th session of the Human Rights Council, supported by the SIDS LDC's Trust Fund. I was also very honored at the time to become the 100th beneficiary of the Trust Fund, which marked an important milestone achievement in the work of the Council towards universal participation, but it also highlighted the crucial work that's been undertaken to ensure that the voices of small island developing states and least developing countries are heard in Geneva. For me personally, it was an invaluable opportunity to engage with my peers from across the region, but also to establish closer relations with the Secretariat and to learn more about how we can contribute to and gain from the work of the Council. As I did in 2018, I'd like to again commend the work of the Trust Fund Coordinator, Fatu, who has been key to the success of the Trust Fund. She continues to keep us up to date and informed of the work of the Council, and this is very important for those of us without a permanent mission in Geneva. Finally, I'd like to thank all those who contribute to the Trust Fund and encourage and appreciate your continued support of this very important initiative. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
My name is Kom Tala. I was a delegate of the Kingdom of Cambodia to the 48th session of the United Nations Human Rights Council in 2021. We have the permanent mission in Geneva. However, I am still appreciative for all the donors. Please continue to support the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Mary Namonokibere, First Secretary in Uganda Permanent Mission in Geneva. I was a fellow in 2019 under the fund and a Rapporteur General for African Group last year. I'm very glad to this trust fund for giving me the chance to get the expertise and enable me to probably be present in Geneva right now. I serve in our mission. Thank you to the opportunity as a fellow. Thank you to the donors. Thank you to the Secretariat and especially our coordinator, Fatu. Thank you.
Olá, eu sou Cabral Laureano, sou angolano, fui um dos beneficiários deste fundo em 2019. Por favor, vamos continuar a apoiar o fundo porque nos traz boas práticas e muito boas experiências em termos de direitos humanos. Muito obrigado.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ayane Sayyassine, je travaille au ministère des Affaires étrangères de Djibouti. J'ai participé à la 41e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme et appuyé notre mission comme déléguée à Genève. Cette expérience fut enrichissante, collaborative et inspirante. Continuez à soutenir le fonds PMA-PED. Merci.
Du ministère des Affaires étrangères du Bénin. J'ai participé au programme du Fonds 2021 en tant que délégué lors de la 40e session. Ce programme apporte une plus-value inestimable aux participants. Continuez de soutenir le Fonds PMA-PED. Merci.
Muchas gracias. Entonces, a continuación, cedo la palabra a los ponentes para que realicen sus presentaciones iniciales. Tengo el especial placer y honor de dar la bienvenida a la primera secretaria general de UNCTAD, la señora Rebecca Greenspan. Tiene la palabra.
Querido presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, querida alta comisionada de Derechos Humanos, querida Luis Mushi, secretaria general de la Francofonía, querido director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, queridos copanelistas, distinguidos delegados, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a big honor to share this great hall with you today at the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of the Human Rights Council. This occasion means a great deal to UNCTAD. UNCTAD has always been at the forefront of the UN effort to recognize the complex diversity of human development. We've been there since the beginning, promoting the idea that special categories must be created, such as least developed countries, small island developing states, or landlocked developing countries, and supported through special and differentiated means. Our rationale, that there is hardly ever an even playing field in our pursuit for prosperity, is one that this pandemic has proven right once more. Again, we've seen that those countries that are least developed or whose development is more susceptible to external factors are always more fragile to the shocks that afflict us all. We've all gone through this pandemic, but we've not all lived the same pandemic. LDCs, for example, still have only vaccinated less than 5% of their population. Their pandemic is indeed especially different. Seats whose public purses were already squeezed through the cost that climate change means to them, have now very little to invest to catch up to a global recovery that is leaving them behind. Their pandemic is also especially different. Access to vaccines and financial resources have been a differential factor in countries' ability to face this crisis. These special differences must be specially considered and specially treated. This is UNCTAD's enduring belief. UNCTAD therefore celebrates that these considerations are taken to heart at the Human Rights Council because they have human rights implications. The Bridgetown Covenant, the outcome document of UNCTAD 15, which took place in Barbados last October, says explicitly in paragraph 27, and I quote, "To put the global economy back on track and accomplish sustainable development goals, this conference gives account of a number of underlying issues, most notably respect for human rights, including the right to development, gender equality, and women and youth empowerment. Indeed, we at UNCTAD like to see ourselves as an important developmental arm of the United Nations plea for human rights, committed to support the transformational efforts necessary to making leaving no one behind a reality and not only a wish. I know there are world events that have focused all our attention these days, but we must not let our deep concerns prevent us from using this special opportunity to raise our voices and make sure we do not marginalize the development needs of the most vulnerable countries and of the developing world at large. Rising poverty levels, measured in the tens of millions, mounting inflation in commodities, and disruption in global supply chains affect seeds and LDCs particularly. According to our calculations, supply chain disruptions will increase price levels in small island developing states by 7.5% this year, 5 times the rate we forecast for the rest of the world, affecting their imports of essential goods like medicines and food. Hiking interest rates, which are increasing debt service costs around the world, risking a debt crisis in the global south, like we haven't seen in at least 30 years. Unequal access to digital technologies and asymmetric data flows, a generational regress in gender equality. These issues must remain central to our concerns because much of humanity is truly facing the possibility of a lost decade. And this is also a human rights issue of generational importance, a human rights issue that literally affects billions of people around the world. Dear friends, the right to develop will be meaningless if it is not underpinned by an ability to develop. A key component of this ability to develop is exactly what the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund sought to address when it was created 10 years ago. We know that many, especially vulnerable countries, are often excluded from multilateralism simply because they can't afford it, because they can't afford translation services or permanent diplomatic missions, or recently because they can't afford the digital infrastructure to connect to online sessions, like the High Commissioner really said, and like the Secretary General of the Francophonie also referred to. To do our part to address these issues, in our recent 15th UNCTAD conference in Barbados, we made a special effort precisely for LDCs to be connected, to be with us. So, distinguished delegates, dear friends, it is our belief that the United Nations is at its best when it ensures the greatest diversity of participation, when countries from all over the globe, no matter how big or how small, how rich or how poor, share the same whole under conditions of equality, when they work together under that spirit of brotherhood the Universal Declaration of Human Rights refers to. So thanks to the efforts of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund and the Human Rights Council for these 10 years of achievement and support to make inclusivity and diversity a reality. The results have been very inspiring and rightly emphasized by all the participants. You are really making a difference. So keep up the good work in the 10 years to come. And please always count on UNCTAD for this. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora Rebecca Greenspan.
Tengo el honor ahora de darle la palabra al señor Martín Chungón de la Unión Interparlamentaria. Tiene usted la palabra por video.
Excellency, distinguished President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, President of the Human Rights Council, Excellency, dear colleague, Madam High Commissioner for Human Rights, dear colleagues Dr. Tedros and Luis, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank the President of the Human Rights Council for inviting me to join this high-level panel. The Interparliamentary Union, in terms of its nature, composition, and main objectives, is the embodiment of the topic of this panel. National parliaments, which are the members of the organization, are symbols of diversity, bringing together representatives of all components of society. We are keen to promote universal participation of all parliaments in the work of the IPU. And the IPU indeed has grown exponentially over time. We started out in 1889 with a handful of parliamentarians. Today, the IPU has 178 national parliaments as members, and we are currently making every effort to encourage other parliaments, especially those from the Caribbean and the Pacific, to join our organization. Bearing in mind the challenges several of these parliaments are facing, we have created a Parliamentary Solidarity Fund to support those with limited resources, for example, to cover their participation in our statutory assemblies. For us, the more remote these parliaments are, the more important it is for their voices to be heard. We are also creating space within our statutory bodies for the small island developing states to forge common positions. In recent years, we have made a determined effort to expand services in Spanish in order to promote greater interaction with the parliaments in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, the IPU aims inter alia to foster contact, coordination, and the exchange of experience among parliaments and parliamentarians of all countries, and to contribute to the defense and promotion of human rights, which is an essential factor in parliamentary democracy and development. We truly believe in an inclusive and multilateral approach to addressing the common challenges we are facing, including those relating to human rights, climate change, insecurity, and the COVID-19 pandemic. I am aware that in the modern world, nothing can be done in a silo, and that solutions that result from collective reflection from all components of society often prove to have the most lasting impact. We are deeply committed to the principle of men and women sharing responsibility in decision-making. We have put this into practice in our own organization, as well as driving change in parliaments and societies around the world. We don't just talk about gender equality, we're making it a reality. This principle applies both at the events we run and in our own structures and staff. We use a variety of mechanisms, including sanctions, to ensure gender equality. The results are clearly visible. In 1978, only 7.7% of our assembly delegates were women. Today, women MPs regularly account for about 30% of participants, and at times more. The target is to achieve parity. In a similar vein, the IPU has been actively promoting youth involvement in and beyond our organization. In 2010, IPU member parliaments adopted a landmark resolution on youth participation to encourage the rejuvenation of parliaments and democracy in the process. More recently, in 2021, the IPU launched its campaign, I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament, to promote stronger representation of our younger generations in parliaments. As I have mentioned, human rights are part and parcel of the IPU's priorities and are an integral part of our strategy. We believe that strong democracy goes hand in hand with properly managed human rights. To this end, our approach to the promotion of human rights is two-pronged. First, integrating a human rights perspective across all IPU activities. Second, strengthening the contribution of parliaments in accordance with their constitutional prerogatives to the promotion and respect of human rights, especially through the work of the Human Rights Council and its Universal Periodic Review. In these endeavors, the IPU is also promoting and protecting the rights of parliamentarians. The IPU has, from the outset, held that parliaments and the Human Rights Council are natural partners in a common pursuit to enhance respect for human rights at the national level. In recent years, the idea that the Human Rights Council stands to gain considerably from closer cooperation with parliaments has increasingly gained traction. Let me take this opportunity to thank the group of states which have supported the adoption in recent years by the Human Rights Council of the resolutions that advocate for stronger parliamentary involvement. Further to these resolutions, the IPU, in cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, has as a matter of priority organized activities to raise awareness among parliamentarians and provide capacity-building support on matters relating to the Human Rights Council and the contribution that parliaments can and must make. Dans le but de contribuer à la promotion du multilinguisme, l'Union interparlementaire a organisé des activités à l'intention des parlements membres du Commonwealth et de la francophonie en collaboration avec l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, dont les plus récentes ont eu lieu au mois de juillet et de novembre 2020 et d'octobre 2021. Nos campagnes de sensibilisation ont porté leurs fruits, puisque des parlements participent de plus en plus aux différentes étapes de l'examen périodique universel, à savoir la contribution au rapport national, la présentation de ce rapport devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme et la mise en œuvre des recommandations au terme de l'examen. Comme suite à cet intérêt manifeste, davantage de parlements sollicitent le soutien de l'Union interparlementaire pour les aider à améliorer leur contribution à ce processus. Eu égard au succès enregistré, nous envisageons d'organiser d'autres activités de sensibilisation pour les parlements hispanophones, arabophones et russophones. Je ne saurais conclure mes propos liminaires sans vous renouveler l'assurance que l'Union interparlementaire entend continuer de promouvoir cette approche indispensable de la participation universelle à travers des perspectives parlementaires au relèvement de nos défis communs, notamment ceux relatifs aux droits de l'homme. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra la señora Heidi Schröderus-Fox, alta representante interina para los países menos adelantados, los países en desarrollo sin litoral y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo. Tiene la palabra por video.
Excellences, chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs, c'est avec grand plaisir que je participe à ce panel à haut niveau organisé dans le cadre de la 49e session du Conseil des droits de l'homme. Je tiens à remercier les organisateurs pour leur invitation à cet égard. Hay un dicho que muchos de ustedes ya habrán oído y que dice así: para llegar rápido hay que ir solo, para llegar lejos hay que ir juntos. No se me ocurre idea más pertinente que esa para la conversación de hoy, en que la reflexionaremos sobre la importancia de la participación universal en esta área de trabajo. The least developed countries and small island developing states often find that the corridors of power are locked to them. And as we have seen once again during the pandemic, too many nations have tried to go too fast, alone, only to be hobbled in their journeys with their own lack of solidarity. At today's event, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of an important development in making sure we all can go far together. I'm referring to the to the establishment of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of the least developed countries and the small island developing states in the work of the Human Rights Council. I applaud the initiative of Maldives and Mauritius that led to the establishment of the Trust Fund. Multilateralism and collective decision-making can only be realized if there is universal and meaningful participation of all member states. This is particularly the case for the countries in special situations who face structural and geographical disadvantages and often call for differentiated treatment. So I also congratulate the Office of the High Commissioner for 10 years of invaluable service to the LDCs and SIDS through the Trust Fund. The essential support has ensured effective participation in the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. The work has also helped ensure domestic implementation in LDCs and SIDS. The links with my office are clear to see. We are entrusted with advocating for the most vulnerable nations, the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states. We also serve as the custodians of the dedicated programs of action. In practice, this means mobilizing related international support and resources, coordinating implementation by the United Nations system, and servicing political negotiations by member states. Through this work, I am acutely aware of the need for LDCs and SIDS to have a seat at the table when decisions are taken, not least because many of them issues disproportionately affect these nations themselves. There is perhaps no better example of this than the climate change crisis. As the Secretary General noted last month, and I quote, "Small island nations, least developed countries, and poor and vulnerable people everywhere are often one shock away from doomsday." LDCs and SIDS are the most severely affected by negative climate impacts, while having least contributed to the global greenhouse gas concentrations. Moreover, climate change can threaten the realization of a broad range of human rights. Climate change causes loss of life and livelihoods. Climate change exacerbates poverty and inequality and further marginalizes vulnerable groups, including women, who often bear the disproportionate burden of climate change impacts. Inequality weakens social cohesion and can lead to unrest and conflict. Threats to the safe supply of food and water can cause internal and international displacements. The loss of territory and resulting from displacement raises very real and complex human rights issues in both national and international contexts. These include civil and political rights, such as those related to nationality, property, migrants, and internally displaced persons. With a voice at the table for longer and with a voice that was stronger, we know that the climate crisis and all these accompanying human rights issues would have been dealt with more urgency. In his remarks, Dr. Tedros outlined the new challenges that COVID-19 has presented. COVID-19 has compounded risks, worsening existing fault lines. A case in point is the most recent climate change COP26 summit in Glasgow. With time running out, this was a critical meeting for the international community to keep 1.5 alive, as the saying went. It was more important than ever that the LDCs and SIDS, who are in the front line of the climate change crisis, to make their voices heard at the highest level. Yet many leaders from SIDS were not able to attend, especially from the Pacific region. Long and complicated travel and COVID quarantine restrictions would have meant weeks of travel. This de facto ruled out attendance at the level of heads of state and government. The full participation of LDCs and SIDS is not a luxury nor an add-on. It is essential. Essential for robust political processes, essential for sound international governance, and essential for balanced and fair outcomes of international negotiations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Por último, tengo el honor de dar la palabra a la señora Emelín Ciale Ilolaya, directora ejecutiva de la Asociación de Organizaciones No Gubernamentales de las Islas del Pacífico. Tiene usted la palabra por video.
Chair, His Excellency Mr. Federico Villegas, President of the Human Rights Council, fellow speakers and panel members. Greetings from the Pacific. I'm Emelini Ciale-Ilolahia, Executive Director of the Pacific Islands Associations of Non-Governmental Organizations, PIANGO, a platform of national umbrella civil society in 24 countries and territories in the Pacific region. It is an honor to be invited to be part of this high-level panel on human rights mainstreaming. I would like to take this opportunity to share our civil society reflections on the contributions of the universal participations to the mainstreaming of human rights throughout the United Nations system, and on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participations of the least development countries and the small islands development states in the work of the Human Rights Council. Our first reflections is on the universal participations, which we value the initiative of promoting and the mainstreaming of human rights throughout the United Nations system, but more so the value of universal participations, not only of government officials, but also civil society, as their participation will bring different perspectives that will further challenge the United Nations system for better protections and safeguarding of human rights. The promotions and protections of human rights and better understanding of the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms and how LTCs and SIDS be supported to engage is crucial. Equal access to the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participations of LTC and SIDS in the work of Human Rights Council is one of the key challenges that we faced as civil society. So we need to encourage active engagement of CSO in the work of the Human Rights Council, and the need to shift our focus from Geneva and New York to the Pacific. We would like to call on the UN to bring the processes and the mechanisms and understanding of the Human Rights Council, bring it home to the Pacific so we have a better understanding, contextualizing with the cultural dimensions of emerging human rights issues such as climate change, incorporating to human rights the violations of human rights in the extracting industry is an example of how we are struggling with the economic development, a sustainability perspective in the daily livelihood of our people. Disability, women and children, marginalized sector of our community is a daily struggle because we find that they are mostly neglected in our response to natural disaster in the Pacific.
Muchas gracias. Ahora vamos a pasar a la lista de oradores. Hay un primer segmento. Permítanme recordarles que todas las intervenciones desde la sala están limitadas a 2 minutos y que la lista de oradores se cerrará en 15 minutos. Tiene la palabra la distinguida representante de Angola, em nome da comunidade de língua portuguesa, os países, Sua Excelência, a senhora Esmeralda Mendonça, secretária de Estado das Relações Exteriores da Angola. Bem-vinda, tem a palavra.
Tenho a honra de proferir esta declaração em português, em nome dos Estados-membros da Comunidade de Países de Língua Portuguesa. Em virtude da legitimidade que a participação universal confere às instituições multilaterais, a CPLP considera que, pese embora a sua composição limitada, se mantenha e se favoreça a participação universal no Conselho de Direitos Humanos como um elemento indispensável para a realização universal dos direitos humanos e promoção da cooperação internacional neste domínio. A CPLP atribui igualmente a importância, a participação e a contribuição da sociedade civil nos trabalhos do Conselho dos Direitos Humanos, para além do reconhecimento do princípio da universalidade, o respeito pela diversidade é fundamental porque não só permite uma maior apropriação das questões pelos diferentes atores envolvidos, como protege contra o pensamento único. Neste sentido, parece-nos pertinente refletirmos sobre as diferentes formas de se preservar e cultivar o caráter universal e multicultural de todos os órgãos dos sistemas das Nações Unidas. A CPLP está convencida da pertinência dos mecanismos que contribuam para o aumento da representatividade, para a melhor percepção e participação dos Estados, incluindo os PMAs, pequenos Estados insulares e em desenvolvimento, membros da nossa comunidade, nos trabalhos do Conselho dos Direitos Humanos. Apoiamos assim o Fundo Fiduciário do CDH para a participação dos CIDs, LDCs, no Conselho, do qual vários membros da CPLP têm vindo a beneficiar. Destacamos no quadro desta cooperação a realização em 2018 em Cabo Verde do Seminário Regional para os países da CPLP sobre o UPR, em particular o importante apoio dado pelo Fundo Fiduciário do Conselho à capacitação dos nossos peritos com vista à melhor participação nas sessões do Conselho, incluindo o facto de que a interpretação passiva do português para as outras línguas ter sido disponibilizada. Assim, agradecemos aos intérpretes pelo trabalho realizado, fazendo votos de que a língua portuguesa se torne brevemente numa das línguas oficiais dos sistemas das Nações Unidas. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Excelência. And now I give the floor to Bahamas on behalf of a group of countries. His Excellency Mr. Yahmal Strachan, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bahamas. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, heads of international organizations, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to speak on behalf of the member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, represented in Geneva. Mr. President, the CARICOM Group welcomes the convening of this panel. It brings to the fore the important contribution of universal participation and multilingualism to human rights mainstreaming. And we commend the LDC SIDS Trust Fund on its 10th anniversary for the significant achievements in this regard. We believe that just as human rights themselves are universal, the premier multilateral forum responsible for promoting universal respect for all human rights should also benefit from universal participation in its work. CARICOM recognizes the value of full inclusivity and continues to be a close partner of the Trust Fund, having been the first region to have all of our members receive support to host a regional workshop of the fund, which resulted in the Georgetown Declaration toward 2022. In this way, the Trust Fund has contributed to bringing the work of the Human Rights Council closer to the region and to the people it's meant to serve, while also promoting important institutional collaboration. We are also proud that in the spirit of South-South cooperation, one of our members, my own country of the Bahamas, is the first beneficiary donor to the fund. The LDC's SIDS Trust Fund has not only helped to build capacity for our states, but the voices of beneficiary delegates have enriched dialogues at the Human Rights Council and brought focus to issues directly impacting the needs and rights of the people they represent. In this connection, we welcome the fact that the Council has seen more SIDS than have served as Council members, both an LDC and a SIDS president, as well as SIDS vice presidents, including from our own group. Further, we are pleased with the increased attention of the Council to issues such as climate change, which have existential relevance for our states. In the words of High Commissioner Bachelet, the triple threat of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss continues and constitutes the single greatest challenge to human rights in our era. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed immense challenges to the work of the Human Rights Council. However, we applaud the Trust Fund for the adaptability it has demonstrated, including by developing virtual components of its program and putting digital technology to work to promote participation. Moreover, the fund has demonstrated itself to be both a gender champion and disability inclusive, having welcomed a visually impaired beneficiary delegate from CARICOM. Mr. President, in closing, we wish to ask the panelists, how might the LDC Trust Fund serve as a model for promoting increased universality of participation within other fora in such domains as health and trade, for example? I thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to South Africa. Her Excellency Ms. Naledi Pandor, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa.
Very much, Mr. President. I've listened with great interest to all the panelists and presenters that have spoken. We appreciate the work and efforts of the Council in providing financial support to the least developed countries and small island developing states. The fund is clearly critical and makes an important contribution to building inclusivity and a multilateral system that is responsive to the needs of all, particularly the LDCs and the SIDS. However, I believe from the panelists and particularly from the testimony of the participants that have benefited, much more needs to be considered. It would appear that there is a call for the Council to give attention to the parlous situation with respect to implementation of the SDGs, as well as looking, I would believe, as the Council, at the degree to which the beneficiary countries incorporate the human rights standard and framework into their own statutory system and ensure that the benefit from the fund translates into human rights practices in their national settings. So I believe that while the fund remains imperative to inclusivity and universal participation, it is critical that the practical impact beyond attendance at council meetings is looked at to ensure that we are indeed mainstreaming the practice of human rights alongside participation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to Deutschland. Her Excellency, Ms. Louise Amtsberg, German Federal Government Commissioner for Human Rights Policy and Humanitarian Assistant at the Federal Foreign Office. Bitte.
Mr. President, Germany aligns itself with the EU statement. In times of crisis, multilateralism matters more than ever. In times of crisis, joining forces with partners and upholding international law is key. In times of crisis, the Human Rights Council plays a critical role. The Council's power and impact stem from the diversity of its members. Universal participation in the United Nations organs is critical for addressing the most pressing challenges of our times. When peace and security are at stake, when climate change endangers our livelihoods and lives, when new and emerging technologies change the world. Human rights need to be our compass across the United Nations. Together, we must stand up for human rights. Today, we have come together to praise the achievements of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund, to support the participation of least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of this Council. I praise the dedication and commitment of the many delegates who contributed to the Council's aim. This Council benefits from personal engagement, from overcoming barriers and building bridges. Germany is a long-standing supporter of the Trust Fund and remains committed to strengthening universal participation. We also commend the crucial role of civil society in the work of the Human Rights Council. Your dedication is an inspiration. We all know in times of crisis, we are stronger together. Thank you.
Danke. And now I give the floor to Namibia. Her Excellency Ms. Yvonne Dausab, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Namibia aligns itself with the statements of the groups it belongs to. I congratulate you on your appointment as President of the Human Rights Council for 2022 and pledge our support to you in the Bureau during your tenures. Mr. President, Namibia strongly believes that multilateralism is a hallmark and the raison d'etre of the United Nations to achieve international cooperation. Multilateralism fades away when representation and universal participation are neglected, and we will not achieve sustainable development, peace, safety and security, and the full realization of human rights if we operate in silos. Collective action is therefore key. Mr. President, in our view, multilingualism is an imperative for the mainstreaming of human rights. The aspirations of our people for life, dignity, liberty, justice, and the pursuit of happiness can in part be realized when they internalize the human rights language as part of their everyday interaction. A multilingual approach therefore enhances local and universal participation in the work of the UN system as a whole. As a country, we have long recognized the importance of the multilingualism, and despite English being the official language in Namibia and the educational curriculum caters for the teaching and learning of mother tongue and other international regional languages. In mainstreaming human rights at a national level and with support from our development partners, government has translated the Namibian constitution into 3 local languages, which also aids the conservation of Namibia's linguistic heritage. Mr. President, we also continue to call for increased support to ensure the participation of persons with disabilities in the work of the Council. A crucial tool in ensuring the participation of persons with disabilities is access to sign language services, assertive aids, and infrastructural access. Namibia, in its diversity, has challenges in the recognition of a national sign language, which significantly impacts on human rights of persons with disabilities, especially their right to education, access to information, and participation. To assist states like Namibia, I ask the panelists to share recommendations on how to encourage participation of persons with disabilities and how the international institutions and development partners can best assist states to integrate international sign language in states where this remains a challenge. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Agora tenho a honra de dar a palavra a Portugal, Sua Excelência, o Sr. Francisco André, Secretário de Estado de Assuntos Estrangeiros e Cooperação. Tem a palavra, senhor.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, estimados oradores e ilustres colegas. O multilateralismo, para ser efetivo, precisa de contar com todos. É assim em todo o sistema das Nações Unidas. E, pela sua ligação direta à vida das pessoas, ainda mais assim é no Conselho de Direitos Humanos, reforçando a natureza universal dos direitos humanos e a legitimidade das instituições. Portugal acredita que o Conselho funcionará tanto melhor quanto mais ativamente nele todos participarem, incluindo os países menos desenvolvidos e os pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento. Vemos assim com agrado que a presidência deste Conselho tenha sido assegurada pelas Fiji no ano passado e o crescente número de países, CIDs e LDC, que foram e são membros do Conselho ou estão a candidatar. A este respeito, permitam-me que saúde a candidatura Timor-Leste ao Conselho de Direitos Humanos, que conta com o apoio de Portugal. Sr. Presidente, conhecemos as dificuldades que obstam à participação deste grupo de países e sabemos cada vez mais sobre as formas de assistência técnica que permitem ultrapassar esses obstáculos. Se hoje, mais do que há 10 anos, a voz dos LDCs e dos CIDs se faz mais ouvir, ao Fundo de Assistência Técnica Voluntária o devemos. Por isso, e em reconhecimento a este fundo, Portugal teve a honra de se juntar ao grupo de países que liderou no ano passado a decisão que assinala o 10º aniversário deste instrumento, que permitiu que este painel esteja subordinado ao tema que agora debatemos. Por isso também, de 2020 para 2021, Portugal aumentou a sua contribuição em 5 vezes, ascendendo hoje a 80 mil euros. Sr. Presidente, nós saudamos o trabalho levado a cabo pelo Fundo de Assistência Técnica e vemos com especial satisfação terem já sido beneficiados tantos delegados de países da comunidade de países de língua portuguesa. Para além da universalidade e de uma maior diversidade, a ação do Fundo contribui também para o reforço do multilingualismo neste Conselho, um valor fundamental para Portugal. Tal como agora passou a ouvir-se mais a voz da língua portuguesa no Conselho nos últimos 10 anos. Os países menos desenvolvidos e os pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento partilham desafios comuns e trazem ao Conselho novas e importantes perspectivas. Os LDCs e os CIDs sentem de modo ainda mais tangível e preocupante os impactos nefastos que as alterações climáticas, o crescimento de fenómenos meteorológicos extremos e a subida do nível do mar têm na realização plena dos direitos humanos. É uma preocupação que Portugal partilha e procuramos reforçar o diálogo e a cooperação com os LDCs e os CIDs sobre o nexo clima-oceanos, direitos humanos, que figura de forma proeminente na 2ª Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre Oceanos, que decorrerá em Lisboa este ano, no final de junho. Sr. Presidente, celebremos hoje o aniversário deste fundo, unidos na convicção que o multilateralismo só o será verdadeiramente quando a todos incluir. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Excelência. And now I give the floor to the distinguished permanent representative of Finland. You have the floor, on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries, Denmark, Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Finland. We welcome the discussion and the very interesting presentations. We give our full support to securing universal participation in the entire UN system, including the Human Rights Council. The Nordic Baltic countries are fully committed to ensuring that the voice of all states and individuals in all their diversity is heard in an equal and inclusive way in this Council. Human rights are universal. It is therefore key that all countries are represented in discussions and decision-making processes that are aimed to protect everyone's enjoyment of all human rights in the respective countries. In addition to the voice of the UN member states, we need the expertise and grassroots knowledge of other stakeholders in this Council. The Nordic Baltic countries highlight the importance of increasing the participation of civil society and human rights defenders, including, not least, women and girls, in our work. In addition, we are committed to enhancing the participation of indigenous peoples' representatives and institutions in relevant United Nations bodies on issues affecting them. Distinguished panelists, in your view, how could we strengthen the voice of non-governmental stakeholders from LDCs and CIDs in this Council? I thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the distinguished permanent representative of Maldives on behalf of a group of countries. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
My delegation is making this statement on behalf of a group of small island developing states, the list of which will be available in the extranet. At the outset, we would like to thank the President of the General Assembly, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the Director General of the World Health Organization for their enlightening remarks. We would also like to thank the esteemed panelists for their contributions to the important topic of universal participation to the mainstreaming of human rights throughout the UN system. Mr. President, small island developing states have great value to contribute to the Human Rights Council. Unfortunately, financial and capacity constraints create obstacles for the universal participation of SIDS in the Council. As the work of the Council evolves and grows, so do the accompanying resource challenges faced by SIDS. Thus, we applaud the establishment and management of the Voluntary Trust Fund for LDCs and SIDS over the past decade. The Trust Fund acknowledges the obstacles faced by SIDS and takes meaningful measures to remedy these resource constraints. We believe that the LDC SIDS Trust Fund has immensely contributed to enhancing the participation and engagement of SIDS in the Human Rights Council. The enhanced engagement of SIDS in the Council sessions enables us to better protect and promote human rights issues in our respective countries and contribute to the protection and promotion of human rights across the globe. We are happy to note that discussions on climate change has assumed increasing importance within the debates of the Human Rights Council. The Third International Conference on Small Island Developing States recognized the serious threats posed by global warming and sea level rise to the efforts of SIDS to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We hope the international community would accelerate efforts to meet the targets for climate finance. The COVID-19 crisis has further exacerbated the environmental and developmental challenges faced by SIDS, exacting a heavy toll on the lives and livelihoods of those living in small island developing states. Mr. President, we are pleased to note that the Trust Fund has expanded the resources available to SIDS to meaningfully engage in the work of the Human Rights Council. Therefore, we extend our deepest appreciation to the Office of the High Commissioner and acknowledge the generous contribution made by donors of the Trust Fund for their efforts to strengthen our capacities to promote human rights at the national and international levels. In conclusion, we would like to ask the panel, what further steps can the Council take to ensure that SIDS are able to meaningfully participate in the work of promotion of human rights both at home and abroad over the long term and in a sustainable manner? I thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the delegation of Pakistan on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the speakers and panelists for their insightful remarks. The theme of this panel resonates with many of the contemporary challenges and opportunities. Universal and meaningful participation of least developed countries and small island developing states at the UN is both essential and urgent. These countries are at the forefront of bracing the impacts of the triple crises of health, climate, and economy. Therefore, perspectives and voices of these countries need to be mainstreamed into global response to these global problems. In the wider context, ensuring inclusive participation of all states, especially smaller ones, will help us in making the UN system fit for its purpose. Mr. President, we recognize the valuable contributions of the UN Trust Fund to support participation of SIDS and LDCs in the Council's work. Facts attest to this. We especially appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat in ensuring continued participation of these countries during the COVID pandemic through timely virtual arrangements. We are also pleased to note that to date, the Trust Fund has supported participation of over 100 female officials and diplomats, enabling mainstreaming of women perspectives into the Council's work. Many of the OIC countries have both benefited from and contributed to the Trust Fund. At its 10th anniversary, we reaffirm our strong support to this landmark initiative. Mr. President, the need to address structural inequalities is being widely advocated as part of a strong and resilient recovery from the COVID pandemic. The SIDS and LDCs have borne the brunt of COVID's social and economic impacts. Therefore, ensuring their universal and meaningful participation in multilateral forums is vital to evolve response strategies to address inequalities and vulnerabilities. We would therefore welcome panelists' views on ways and means to credibly democratize the global governance system that promotes and protects the interests of everyone instead of the privileged few. I thank you.
Thank you. Maintenant, je donne la parole à Côte d'Ivoire au nom d'un groupe de pays. Monsieur l'ambassadeur, vous avez la parole. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de prononcer cette déclaration au nom du groupe des États africains de Genève. Le groupe africain exprime sa gratitude au Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme et aux intervenants pour la qualité de leurs échanges de notre discussion d'aujourd'hui. Ces échanges constituent l'occasion d'approfondir nos réflexions sur les réalisations du Fonds d'affectation spéciale et de souligner l'importance de la participation universelle aux travaux du Conseil. Monsieur le Président, à ce jour, 19 PMA et 1 PEID de la région Afrique ont été membres du Conseil des droits de l'homme. Leur participation aux travaux du Conseil a contribué à rehausser la diversité des perspectives et renforcer les valeurs du multilatéralisme dans la coopération, la collaboration, l'engagement. Cette richesse contribue à l'avancée de tous. Depuis sa mise sur pied en 2014, ce sont 6 fonctionnaires issus de 35 des 36 pays africains éligibles ont bénéficié du fonds d'affectation. Nous n'aurions pu réaliser les objectifs d'universalité, la diversité et l'inclusivité dans les travaux du Conseil sans le soutien des pays donateurs du fonds. Nous leur en sommes reconnaissants. Suite à la résolution 34/40 du Conseil des droits de l'homme, le Burkina Faso et le Maurice ont virtuellement co-organisé le séminaire pour l'Afrique. La déclaration de Ouagadougou reflète les réalisations du Fonds d'affectation spéciale et formule des recommandations pour répondre aux défis auxquels sont confrontés les délégués africains cherchant à participer aux travaux du Conseil. Celles-ci ont été précisées dans le rapport A/HRC/49/92 du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme, qui, entre autres, recommandait le renforcement du fonds d'affectation spéciale. Monsieur le Président, nous nous devons de nous poser la question du renforcement de la participation des PMA et des PID, et plus particulièrement ceux d'Afrique, aux travaux du Conseil à mesure que nous avançons. Je vous remercie. Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. And now I give the floor to the United Kingdom by video.
Thank you. This statement is on behalf of the Human Rights Council Membership Contact Group. The LDC's SIDS Trust Fund has been one of this Council's flagship achievements. Thanks to the fund, the range of states taking part in the Council's work has expanded, the number of states represented in Geneva has grown, and the Council's membership has become more inclusive, more diverse. An LDC ambassador served as president in 2019, and in 2021, a SIDS ambassador served as president for the first time, both with great distinction. Such diverse representation has been hugely beneficial, allowing more perspectives and issues to be considered. And greater cooperation between LDCs and SIDS and UN entities should help to advance mainstreaming of human rights across the UN system. There's still some way to go. Most states who have yet to become members of the HRC are LDCs and SIDS. The purpose of our contact group is to make Council membership even more inclusive and diverse. We're ready to help those states who want to stand for election, and we're committed to further strengthening the Trust Fund so that it provides additional support to those LDCs and SIDS that secure a seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Vanuatu on behalf of a group of countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of Australia, Bahamas, Barbados, Burkina Faso, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Guyana, Luxembourg, Maldives, Mauritius, Morocco, Netherlands, Norway, Pakistan, Peru, Poland, Portugal, Senegal, Singapore, Sudan, Switzerland, Togo, Turkey, and Vanuatu. We are pleased that the Human Rights Council decided to mark the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of LDCs and small island developing states in the work of the Human Rights Council. Through the 2022 edition of the Mainstreaming Panel. Today's panel provides the perfect opportunity to highlight the achievements of the Trust Fund and to jointly express the benefits of universal and meaningful participation of all member states of the United Nations in the work of the Human Rights Council. The Trust Fund has made a huge difference in the work of the Human Rights Council. The Trust Fund has increased inclusivity in the work of the Council and subordinate beneficiaries in a way which would have otherwise not been possible. It contributed to raising awareness and capacity building of the beneficiaries of the nature and work of the Council. It led to the expansion of the range of states taking part in the Council's work and a better reflection of the views of LDCs and seats expressed therein. The Council, at its 49th session, will examine ways and means to further improve the impact of the programme and activities of the Trust Fund. Monsieur le Président, nous pensons que la participation universelle doit également être réalisée dans l'autre enceinte multilatérale. Trouver des solutions globales aux problèmes mondiaux va de pair avec la participation universelle et significative de tous les États. Genève dispose d'une concentration unique des acteurs mondiaux actifs dans un large éventail de domaines, présents dans toutes les régions du monde et engagés dans le travail interdisciplinaire. Les décisions prises ici ont autant d'impact sur la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme que sur d'autres domaines ayant des ramifications et des implications en matière de droits de l'homme tels que santé, commerce, travail, sciences, télécommunications, droits humanitaires et migration, l'environnement, mais aussi les pays de sécurité et de disarmement. Nous remercions les orateurs et les panélistes de leur contribution aujourd'hui et nous attendons avec intérêt le point de vue sur ce que doit encore être entrepris pour relever des défis actuels de confronter les PMA, PID pour renforcer leur impact dans les enceintes multilatérales et pour développer davantage sur les relations institutionnelles avec l'ONU et les autres organisations internationales. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you. Ahora paso a la lista de oradores de las organizaciones no gubernamentales. Tenemos 3 organizaciones anotadas. Je donne la parole maintenant à ARC. ARC tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable panelists, the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of the Human Rights Council is an opportune moment to review the achievements of the goals that had been initially set. Although Decision 46-115 received the most support by the states in this council and was co-sponsored by 160 member states, concrete and practical outcomes are yet to be realized. Despite the existence of trainings and capacity building activities and notwithstanding the presence of an NGO representative in the panel, it is disappointing that the draft list of NGO speakers in this high-level panel fails to include any NGOs from LDC SID states. We also note with concern that since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, in spite of numerous promises, the number of donors has decreased by 30%. Finally, and perhaps most strikingly, the fact that despite all progress measured, 37% of all UN member states continue to fall within the list of least developed countries and small island developing states shows that we are still a far cry from achieving the SDG goals, including targets 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.A, B, and C, as well as target 16.8 and many targets of Goal 17. To ensure their realization, promises and commitments do not suffice and must be followed by concrete action and follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the organization Juventum EV by video.
Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Educational NGO for Sustainability, Juventum, is honored to participate. We would like to commend the Human Rights Council for the establishment of the Trust Fund and wish for the future development of the system. Establishing the Trust Fund for the universal participation of LDCs and SIDS in the Human Rights Council is one of the most important achievements toward Leave No One Behind, not only for the inclusiveness, but also for the value of the inputs. We would love to see more of these good mechanisms in the UN system in general. COVID-19 finally forced us to utilize the already available technology for the remote work. Human Rights Council successfully took place in remote and hybrid formats. Such success should not be used for the discouragement of the in-person participation. Direct in-person interaction often produces amazing synergy. In the meantime, the hybrid format should be maintained for the benefit of the distant participants. The seeds of new partnerships and the group works are important for tackling with the human rights issues concerning health, agriculture, environment, trade, and development, among others. We, the civil society, strongly feel this way and happy about the upcoming recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. We are looking forward to good collaborations with the beneficiary states of the Trust Fund in the time to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the organization UPR Info here in the room. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, the third cycle of the UPR just ended. One of the key elements of its success was the participation. The mechanism is based on the participation of a variety of stakeholders, the government, local governments, the parliament, the judiciary, NHRIs, and CSOs. Each contribute according to their mandate and responsibilities to an effective implementation of the UPR recommendation. This participatory aspect provides for policies to be designed reflecting right holders, regional, vulnerable, and marginalized group concerns. The UPR put also on an equal footing all UN member states, state on the review and recommending state. In this regard, it allowed to hear about the human rights situation of LDCs and states and for them to be heard on critical issues affecting them, such as the impact of climate change on the enjoyment of human rights, from access to water, housing, to the right to a healthy environment. While recognizing the importance of in-person meetings, UPR Info supports at the same time the new modalities put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic, making use of pre-recorded statements which allowed a wider participation of not only the state delegation, but also of local civil society organizations. This participation created a sense of ownership of the process and paved the way for an inclusive implementation of the UPR recommendation, hence the advancements of human rights. UPR Info encouraged states to continue offering through the UPR a space for dialogue and cooperation and to create opportunities for all segments of society to become empowered and therefore influence decisions affecting their life. Access to information in several languages will be particularly valuable for enabling citizens to exercise their right to effectively monitor and uphold government to account. A participatory democracy will support an agenda to achieve transformational change. It will strengthen the foundation for sustainable development based on human rights, centers on people and the planet. I thank you.
Thank you. Y ahora pasamos al segundo y último segmento de oradores y por una cuestión de organización, in order to fill up within the time we have until 6, I will give the floor to the delegations that are in the room, and the ones on video will be put in the web, otherwise we won't be able to finish on time, the time allotted. So the first will be UN Women.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund, UN Women would like to commend the fund's achievements in supporting the participation of least developed countries and small island development states in the work of the Human Rights Council. Least developed countries and small island developing states' access and participation within the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms is crucial for greater promotion and protection of human rights, particularly those of women and girls. Women and girls from least developed countries and small island developing states face a unique set of challenges in accessing and claiming their rights. They face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination on a day-to-day basis. The Pacific region, for instance, has the lowest rate of women in parliament and one of the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world. UN Women would like to call for greater prioritization of human rights-based approaches, which are gender transformative in nature, and ensures that the voices of women and girls from least developed countries and small islands developing states are heard and considered within multilateral fora, including the Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. UN Women also calls for strengthening access and opportunity of engagement of Pacific small islands and developing states within the Human Rights Council through the support provided by the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund. We look forward to greater engagement and continued support to the Human Rights Council for the protection of rights and women and girls from least developed countries and small island developing states. I thank you.
Thank you. Agora tem a palavra a delegação da Angola. Tem a palavra. No? Now I give the floor to the delegation of Nepal.
Mr. President, Nepal appreciates distinguished speakers and panelists for their insightful remarks. Nepal notes with pleasure that the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund to support the participation of LDCs and SITs in the work of the Human Rights Council marks the 10th anniversary. The support extended by the Trust Fund has indeed contributed to the universal, meaningful participation, active engagement, and substantive contribution of all UN member states in the activities of the Council. The fund has enabled the member states without having permanent representation in Geneva, and also with the LDC and SITS mission in Geneva having limited human resources to engage in the Council works. We also commend the role of the Trust Fund in organizing trainings and capacity building activities on the human rights system. I'm happy to note that Nepal as an LDC is one of the beneficiaries of the Trust Fund. Mr. President, we underline that the financial support from the donors remains crucial in the operationalization of the Trust Fund. The support extended to the functioning of the Trust Fund demonstrates the goodwill and cooperation by the international community. We take encouraging note of the achievements made by the Trust Fund, including the support it has provided to a total of 172 officials from 71 out of 72 LDCs and SITs since its operation in 2014. We therefore underscore the need for continued support from all stakeholders to strengthen the capacity of the Trust Fund for making it sustainable. I thank you.
I have in my list Burkina Faso. We don't see. She's online. Okay. No. Okay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay. Merci, merci. Vous avez la parole.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, le Burkina Faso s'associe aux déclarations prononcées au nom de ses groupes d'appartenance et se réjouit de la tenue de cette table ronde annuelle de haut niveau autour de la contribution de la participation universelle à l'intégration des droits de l'homme dans l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies. Pour ma délégation, il ne fait aucun doute que cette réunion nous offrira l'occasion d'échanger sur les défis auxquels sont confrontés les PMA et les PIED pour accéder et s'engager de manière constructive dans les forums multilatéraux y compris avec le Conseil des droits de l'homme. En sa qualité de membre du corps groupe de la résolution 1926 et pour avoir bénéficié à 2 reprises de l'assistance du Fonds, le Burkina Faso reconnaît la contribution inestimable de ce mécanisme au renforcement des capacités de sa délégation. La déclaration de Ouagadougou pour lui, adoptée à l'issue du séminaire virtuel pour la région Afrique du Fonds d'affectation spéciale que mon pays a accueilli conjointement avec Maurice en 2021, réaffirme l'importance de la contribution du Fonds à la participation universelle aux travaux du Conseil. À ce titre, le Burkina Faso remercie les donateurs du Fonds et les exhorte à renforcer leur contribution à ce mécanisme qui constitue le canal principal pour la participation des PMA et PIED aux travaux du Conseil, en particulier ceux qui n'ont pas de mission à Genève. Pour terminer, ma délégation est convaincue que la participation universelle passe également par le renforcement par les bureaux régionaux et nationaux du Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme, des capacités logistiques et opérationnelles des délégations, des PMA et PIED qui le souhaitent en équipement pour suivre les travaux du Conseil. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Madame. Avec plaisir, je donne la bienvenue à la délégation de Bénin qui est ici avec nous. Vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En accord avec la déclaration faite par la Côte d'Ivoire au nom du groupe africain, la délégation du Bénin se réjouit de l'organisation de ce débat et félicite les panélistes pour la qualité de leurs interventions respectives. L'une des ambitions et priorités de la diplomatie béninoise ces dernières années est de promouvoir le multilatéralisme en tant que mode de gestion optimale des affaires mondiales. Il va sans dire que le multilatéralisme ne peut être efficace que si elle convoque à la table de discussion des grandes préoccupations communes de l'humanité tous les États dans la riche diversité de leur culture et notamment de leur langue. Ainsi, le respect du multilinguisme et l'universelle participation sont-ils, à n'en point douter, 2 conditions sine qua non du succès du multilatéralisme. Dans ce cadre, la République du Bénin, en tant que bénéficiaire régulier de l'assistance du Fonds d'affectation spéciale pour la participation des PMA et des PEUD aux travaux du Conseil, reconnaît l'importance de la contribution de tous les États au débat sur la question des droits de l'homme, ainsi que la nécessité d'en faire une priorité dans toutes les enceintes internationales relevant du système des Nations Unies. Le Bénin voudrait particulièrement saluer en cette occasion le travail remarquable du Fonds et encourager tous ses contributeurs à poursuivre leurs efforts pour la pérennisation de cet instrument essentiel à la promotion de la participation universelle aux travaux du Conseil. Ma délégation voudrait enfin souhaiter que ces efforts soient maintenus et renforcés et que l'accès aux documents de travail dans les 6 langues officielles des Nations Unies soit garanti pour concrétiser davantage l'avènement d'un multilatéralisme inclusif et efficace. Je vous remercie.
Je vous remercie. And now I give the floor to the United Nations Development Program. And then she goes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Our common agenda highlights the importance of multilateralism as part of our agenda for action. Drawing attention to the importance of the participation of RDCs and SIDS in multilateral international fora, including this Council, highlights the rich contributions made by RDCs and SIDS to promote respect for human rights and contribute perspectives to solve international problems. One such recent example includes the role played by RDCs and SIDS in the critical discussions on recognizing the right to a clean, healthy and safe environment, a right which the Human Rights Council did recognize last October when our planet and many RDCs and SIDS are facing unprecedented pressures from climate change. We welcome the trend noted by the panel that there has been both an increase in the participation of LDCs and SIDS in the Universal Periodic Reviews as recommending states across all regions. LDCs and SIDS have rich experiences to share and to recommend to their peers in the UPR process. LDCs and SIDS are also taking active steps to support recommendations for the promotion and protection of human rights and for sustainable development. UNDP, jointly with the UN Human Rights Office and the Development Cooperation Office, has just launched a repository of good practices on how the UPR process supports sustainable development. It includes examples from a number of LDCs. In Bangladesh, UN engagement in the UPR process, specifically on advocacy and technical support prior, during, and after the review, contributed to advancing key pieces of legislation in the spheres of non-discrimination, countering violence against women, and support the freedom of expression. UNDP will continue to support LDCs and SIDS as they make efforts to implement the recommendations of the human rights mechanisms, including in their SDG planning processes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Y ahora le doy la palabra a la señora secretaria, secretaria general de UNCTAD para hacer unos comentarios. Rebeca, tiene la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que este ha sido un debate muy enriquecedor. En realidad, se han enfatizado los mejores principios de la diversidad como parte de la Agenda de Derechos Humanos y la diversidad en todo sentido, ¿no? En sentido geográfico, de vulnerabilidad, de distintos niveles de desarrollo, lingüística, de la diversidad lingüística, de género, de edad. Y se ha puesto de manifiesto que la verdadera inclusividad es la única que garantiza la universalidad y el multilateralismo efectivo. Y yo creo que todos tenemos la responsabilidad de llevar estos principios a la práctica y de hacerlo cooperativamente, colectivamente, trabajando entre nosotros. Mainstreaming human rights and cooperation. Así que muchas felicidades de verdad al Trust Fund en sus 10 años. Aquí está Fatu, la directora del Trust Fund. Yo creo que nosotros todos reconocemos el trabajo del equipo que se ha hecho. Yo creo que ese reconocimiento es muy merecido y como bien dijeron muchos de ustedes y dijeron también las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, hacemos votos porque el apoyo al Trust Fund siga y se mantenga, que no disminuya y que haga posible que este esfuerzo sea sostenible porque vale la pena. Así que muchas gracias a todos por un debate muy enriquecedor.
Muchas gracias. Y ahora vamos a seguir con los que quedan, que no son muchos, pero que son videos que habíamos dejado para el final. Agradecemos a los intérpretes que nos dan unos minutos más. Y el primer video, en orden del que estaba original, es de la Unión Europea.
Mr. President, the EU welcomes today's high-level panel discussion. Since its establishment, the Voluntary Technical Assistance Trust Fund has supported 172 government officials from 71 of the 72 least developed countries and small island developing states, which is a huge milestone in itself and has greatly benefited the work of the Council. The importance of universal participation in the work of the Council cannot be stressed enough. All-inclusive participation reflects the UN diversity, ensures the Council's legitimacy, and brings more perspective and initiatives to the table, ultimately advancing human rights. The EU was proud to join forces with the LDCs and the SIDS on a number of important initiatives, including the recent establishment of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the context of climate change. Ensuring universal access and effective participation of LDCs and SIDS can be promoted through knowledge building, for example, by virtual and in-person trainings and workshops and e-learning tools. It can also be promoted through practical means, such as enabling travel or by addressing language barriers. Multilingualism is a means to promote, protect, and preserve the diversity of languages and cultures globally, and contributes to the achievement of the goals of the United Nations. We applaud the diverse range of assistance that is provided by the Trust Fund. However, the goal of universal access to the Council is still not achieved. For example, a majority of SIDS and LDCs have yet to participate as Council members. In this light, the EU fully supports the fund's further strengthening. The EU is also supportive of the efforts to encourage the effective participation of women through the Trust Fund, leading to a 60% participation rate of female beneficiaries. We are hopeful that the Trust Fund will continue to support the participation of all those whose inclusion is too often limited. I thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the delegation of Mauritius.
Mr. President, Mauritius would like to express its appreciation to the OHCHR and to the panelists. As we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Trust Fund, I think the time is opportune for us to assess whether the mechanism we established 10 years ago has met its objective. 71 out of 72 countries eligible to access the Trust Fund have done so in these past 10 years, and 173 officials have been acclimatized with the work of the Council. The increased participation of least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of the Council has not only added diversity of perspectives, but has also strengthened the multilateral and indeed the universal value of the Council. This would not have been possible without the solidarity and without the support of our donors. We thank them for their generosity, and we look forward to this being continued. And of course, we would appreciate further donors coming forward. Mr. President, allow me to recall that subsequent to HRC Resolution 3440, Mauritius and Burkina Faso hosted virtually the Seminar for Africa. The Ouagadougou Pori Declaration reflects on the achievements of the Trust Fund and highlights the challenges faced by African diplomats in participating in the work of the Council. Our question today, after 10 years, should be, what more must we do to strengthen the work of the Council?